Well, a pleasant good morning from the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground here in beautiful Grosseille, St. Lucia for day 3 of the second unofficial test match between Bangladesh A and West Indies A. And the situation at the moment in this game, we are still in the first innings of this contest. West Indies A, after winning the toss, Josh De Silva calling it right at the coin toss on day 1 at around 3:15 p.m. when we had a late start here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. He elected to field first and he inserted the Bangladesh team to take first strike. They are at the moment 157 for the loss of 5. Saif Hassan, he's on 63, not out. And Jaka Ali Anik, who has just come to the crease late in the afternoon yesterday on day 2, he is yet to score. So the batting thus far for the Bangladesh A team, Mahmudul Hassan Joy, he went first on day 1 for 17 or 41 deliveries, caught by Alec Atanese at slip of the bowling of Colin Archibald. Shadman Islam was the first to go on day 2, caught by Alec Atanese of the bowling of Anderson Phillip for 25 of 17. Mahmood Fazal Rabi, he was caught by Tevin Imlak, the wicketkeeper, of the bowling of Makino Minley for 14 or 47 deliveries. Mohammad Mitun, the skipper, went for 14 as well, and he was the second victim to Colin Archibald. And Zaki Hassan, another victim of Colin Archibald, that was his third wicket, caught by Tevin Imlak for 15 or 56. So the two batsmen at the crease, Saif Hassan on 63 and Jaka Ali Anik on 0. Anik is going to be taking strike this morning, and he's going to be facing up to Makino Mindley. And we await the start of proceedings. The umpires, both umpires out there. It's a wonderful day for cricket. The sun is out in all its glory, and we're waiting on Mindley to get things on the way. So just about to start the 85th over of the day's proceedings. Here's Mindley with the first ball. This time a rip snorter to get things underway from Makino Mindley to Jaka Ali Anik. And that one just pitching just short of a good length and jumping on Jaka, who doesn't seem to handle the short pitch deliveries that well. And he is someone that is susceptible to the short pitch bowling, and Mindley worked him out in that first game. And I think we are going to see the same thing here from Makino Mindley in this game to Jaka Ali, and just mixing it up a bit, Makino Mindley, as he has Anik coming forward and just defending. And just about 18 deliveries faced. And, in this Cricket 360 team, there's always some fun that's going on. I just sent a message that had me laughing here in the commentary box by Mrs. Nadine Mamchan. Good morning, Mrs. Mamchan, and on that note, good morning, Mr. Vinod Mamchan as well. I can't wait for Michael Rupwa to have a read of that message, as the first runs of the day comes up, and that comes off the bat of Jaka Ali Anik, who gets off the mark. So Saif Hassan, who's been there for quite a while, he is on 63, and it's 158 for the loss of 5. Bit fuller there from Makino Mindley. And Hassan has been very watchful. Since he has been into the 40s, he's been very watchful. And since then, he's been able to strike one maximum. That was the first maximum of the game. That's of the bowling of Yannick Karaya. And it was a short pitch delivery, but that didn't phase Karaya at all. He bowled beautifully. I'm not too sure when we would see him back in this innings in terms of bowling. It'll be interesting to see when Josh De Silva, the captain of the West Indies A team, brings back the spinner into the attack. But as we have it at the moment, it seems as though Anderson Phillip may be coming from the Kai Marge end. That's the pavilion end here at the Daren Sammy Recreation Ground. As we seem to see him warming up at the moment, going through his paces. And here is Mindley. Nicely guided by Saif Hassan, and he could get one. Yes, he'll have to settle for one. And as the first over of the tree comes to an end, it's at 159 for the loss of 5. So, as you mentioned, the sun is out and it's a beautiful day for cricket. The weather forecast, though, yesterday initially had suggested that there would have been 85% chance of rain, and now that has changed, and the chances are very slim to get rain, which is a good sign. So good signs for the cricket and good signs for everyone who enjoying this game at the moment. And lots of cricket happening today as well for the West Indies. Not just the West Indies A team playing against Bangladesh A here in Grossi, as Anderson Phillip comes into the attack as we suggested. The West Indies women's under 19 team, they would be coming up against the USA under 19 team in just about 26 minutes time in Lauderhill, Florida at the Central Broad Regional Park. And of course later today the West Indies senior team would be coming up against the Black Caps, the New Zealanders, in the second T20 International as well of that series at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. This time Hassan looking to drive through the offside, and Greg Wilson yesterday spoke about, Hassan, Saif Hassan that is, needing to up the ante a bit. And this is going to be a test for him as to when will he look to escalate that rate of run scoring, because he's looking to get a century as well. He's just 36 runs shy of that century, and while looking to get that, he would want to focus on batting through the innings for the Bangladesh A team as they look to build a solid first innings total. And they've been given the opportunity. I think they have done well. A few batsmen throwing away their starts, their wickets in patches. Mohammed Mitun, the skipper, he threw away his wicket. Shadman Islam, he was driving expansively outside the off stump to a delivery that he should have left, and he threw away his wicket as well. So some poor shots would have caused fueled the demise of some of the Bangladesh A top order batsmen. Phillip seems to be doing very well, and he has bowled well yesterday, picking up the wicket, that one wicket as well. And the one wicket that he picked up, he was able to pitch the ball up, get it moving, and it bore fruit for him. And in his just 17 overs, 1 for 39, I don't think you can ask too much of him more than that. Maybe a couple more wickets to add to that, and it would be a spectacular effort. But it's a good effort nonetheless from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force speedster. This time, just peeling off the outside edge of the bat of Jacques Ali Anik. But we're speaking about the need to pitch the ball up. But sometimes the short pitch deliveries are wicket-taking deliveries as well, and you need to be on spot when you're bowling those short pitch deliveries. But saying that, I think that is something that the West Indies A team can look to utilize against someone like Jacques Ali Anik, who hasn't shown good capability of playing the short ball, as he leaves the last delivery into the gloves of Tevin Imlak of the second over of the morning at the end of 86. It's 160 for the loss of 5. Boseju Mountains looking green as usual. The sun just, covering the hills. blue skies above as well, and well, with the weather being predicted as it was initially, I don't think, it is showing that any rain would be coming anytime soon. And at the moment, in St. Vincent, where Trinidad and Tobago is taking on Guyana, Guyana batted first on day one, and they amassed 179 all out from 89.5 overs. Tomani Sisa had 59, Zainul Ramasamy had 43, Nick Ramlal, he had 4 for 39 for the Trinis, and Andrew Rambaran had 2 for 24. In response, Trinidad and Tobago, they were skittled out for 146 in 44.5 overs. Andrew Rambaran in the runs with 32, and Narad Kisunat in the runs as well with 31. Here's Mindley at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, and just left alone into the gloves of Imlak once more by Saif Hassan. So just continuing with that scorecard, Jonathan Rampasar had 6 for 43. What a spell that was. And Mavindra Dindyal had 2 for 18. Guyana at the moment, they are 116 for 4. Rampartab Ramnath, the vice captain of the under-17 team who's participating in this under-19 tournament, he has scored 49, a runner ball 49. Shamar Yewood had 30. Vasant Singh, the leg spinner, 1 for 6. And Nick Ramlal again in the wickets, 1 for 31. This delivery not getting up on Saif Hassan. So looking at that game, I think, it's a game in which we're seeing some low scores. It's a 3-day contest. And at the moment, Torn and Rampasad at the crease. 2 fairly new batsmen. And Guyana at the moment, tell you what, they are 124 for the loss of 7. At the moment, they lead by 157 runs. Vasant Singh has 3 for 10. Hassan picking up a single. He's been very watchful, and he's been there for so long, and you would expect him sometime soon to just add some impetus to this innings, because it's already day 3. It's the second to last day, the penultimate day of this game, and it's the final 4-day test match, unofficial one, between these two teams. It's a series played in so good spirits here in Grossi. And Mindley is continuing. Mindley, the leading wicket taker in this series thus far, with 6 wickets. Picked up 5 for 59 in the first game, and now 1 already in this game, this innings. 2 slips and a gully in position, a backward point, a cover mid-off, short mid-on, a short leg, and a deep backward square leg. Still some concerns down at the northern end of the ground, where the media center end where we are positioned. Seems to be the groundsmen in and around the side screen area. So they have been moved out. Umpire Carl Tuckett just getting them out of the way. Well, the groundsmen have had a lot to do over the last couple of days, and they've done well. Done very well. Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Lovely venue. This is a splendid one, and one with so much rich history. A pivotal ground in the Caribbean, and it's located, of course, in Grossi among the Beausejour Hills, which it was named after. Too short there from Mindley, and it's a wide signalled by umpire Carl Tuckett. Of course, he would have been advised by umpire Dayton Butler at square leg, who would have had a good look at the height of that delivery. This time it's into the air, and Inducing the false stroke there was Marino Mindley to Jaka Alianic, but it fell into no man's land, not in Tobago, but here in Grosselet. That's the end of the over. And at the end of it, it is 163 for the loss of 5. Jaka Alianic has moved on to 2, and Saif Hassan has moved on to 66. There's been a measured innings, to say the least, from Saif Hassan. No real assistance from the other batsmen, except, Shadman Islam, who had 25. So Philip will continue. Josh De Silva in your picture, having a look at the skies above. This time sweetly played past De Silva, who couldn't get behind it to stop it cleanly, and it will run away for 4. Good looking shot there by Jaka Alianic to earn himself his first boundary, and he moves on to 6. A convincing drive there from Anik. Have a look at that again. Pitched up, overpitched by Anderson Phillip. De Silva should have done better. Didn't get behind it cleanly, and he allowed it to go through for 4. Good comeback there from Phillip, a bit shorter. I thought Anik missed out there. Was a bit straight as well. He could have easily nudged that into the onside and pick up a couple of runs, but he didn't. At least he was looking to do that. And we're speaking about the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, and we're saying that it was previously known as the Beausejour Cricket Ground, and it was renamed the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground in July of 2016 in honor of the good man, the West Indies captain, who led the team to memorable victories in both the 2012 and of course the 2016 ICC World T20 tournaments. And it's a ground that has been built, some 20 years ago, built in 2002, sorry. So that's 20 years ago, and now the capacity of about just 12,400 persons. And of course, as we all know, it's the home of the St. Lucia Stars, and now the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL. And some history about this ground as well is that the stadium would have hosted, the first ever day-night one-day international in the West Indies, after becoming the first stadium in the Caribbean to install flood lighting. Philip just getting that one to move back in a touch, and Anik seems to know where his off stump is, and he quietly allows it to be taken by Imlak. Philip with the white armband on his right arm comes in, and dot delivery to complete the over, and at the end of it, it's 167 for the loss of 5. That's the latest score here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground on day 3 of the second unofficial test match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. And there's a look at the Bangladesh A camp. Couple of the players there, the coaching staff as well. I haven't seen good old Nasser just yet, the analyst for the Bangladesh team. Nasser has been a good guy, very friendly guy. Of course, the Bangladesh team head coach Mijanu Babul Rahman. And speaking about top men, another top man has come into the commentary box. And that's Greg Wilson. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning to all those following the broadcast.
Yes, and a good start by the West Indies. Not picking up a wicket just yet, but good tight line and links from them. But Jaka Ali Yannick, he was able to strike a boundary this morning already off the bowling of Anderson Phillip. Mindley continues. And that's a good line, good length there from Mindley. Saif Hassan, Greg. Not too sure what's your thoughts on the progress of his innings since being in the 40s. And he's now, I think he is now looking to just elevate that inning, so to speak, a bit.
Well, it was a very slow going for him from the time he got into the 40s. And one would hope that this morning he'll certainly pick up the pace.
This time, loud appeal and not out, says umpire Tuckett. Not a real convincing appeal there from the West Indies A team. Umpire Tuckett was unmoved. Beautiful conditions today, Greg, in the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yes, most certainly.
Down the leg side, so some movement into the right-hander there from Mindley.
Perhaps just starting the ball a little too straight.
Yeah. So Hassan is someone who likes the ball moving away from him, and he's looked good against those deliveries. Perhaps a delivery that's coming back in, that's pitched just outside the off stump, could prove to be a bit of a concern for him. That could be a surprise. Too full, driven through the offside, and this could be for Hassan. Elegance from the right-hander, and that's his first boundary of the morning.
Yes, certainly a gift on offer there by Mindley. Full toss outside the off stump, and all Hassan had to do was just hit it to the right of the Captain De Silva, who put in a sparing dive, but certainly was in vain. So 4 beautiful runs for him this morning.
And he ended that shot with a pose, and he was hoping that Matthew Rajaram, the photographer, would have picked him up. This time sweet again through the offside, but not connected cleanly, and I think he'll have to settle for 2.
Yes, so certainly this morning we're seeing a different approach by Hassan. Seems to be flowing. So yesterday perhaps was all about looking to survive the display, and with the sun out in all its glory, conditions still good for batting, he certainly is in a different frame of mind today.
Yeah, survival mode yesterday afternoon. Jaka Ali Yannick and Saif Hassan doing that well, and I think it's a different approach now we would see from maybe Hassan more so anything than Jaka Ali Yannick. Yannick is a bit more watchful. He is someone who can just bat around Saif Hassan. 72 to Hassan. But we were speaking yesterday, Greg, and I was making the point a bit earlier as well. While we were speaking about the West Indies bowlers needing to pitch the ball up, I think it's a case of them now, if they can, look to pitch the ball in short to Jaka Ali Yannick, who hasn't looked that, comfortable against it.
Yes, most certainly.
Because you yourself was mentioning yesterday that he seemed to be susceptible to short pitch bowling.
Yes, and we saw the final over to Hassan. We saw a barrage of short pitch bowling to him. And we were making the point that perhaps that should have been deployed at Ali, especially when he just came into the wicket.
He's on 6 of 33 at the moment. Ooh, there's a spicy short delivery from Philip. But I think he'd be comfortable with those type of short deliveries. Just over his head, and just easy for him to get under it. It's not going to test him that much.
And more so, he has been at the crease for a while now. It is true he's starting a new day, but the fact of the matter is he's been out in the middle. He would have been accustomed to the sort of pace and bounce of the wicket by now.
This time Hassan is driving. .174 for the loss of 5. And Greg, the weather predicted yesterday, as I said, 85% rain today, but that has now ironed out to just about 30%. This one cracked away through the onside and dropping just inside the rope and deep mid wicket, and it would run away now for 4. A lovely shot from Saif Hassan.
Yes, Saif getting into position very quickly. Short ball there from Philip, and certainly has signaled his intention to be a little more aggressive this morning.
Cracking sound off the bat. You're speaking about the weather, Greg. Not too sure what was the weather like on your neck of the woods.
Well, my side, we had a bit of rain. Early morning rain.
Ooh, good comeback there from Philip. Some early morning rain, Greg.
Sometime after 5 in the morning.
The rain would have stayed away from Beausejour. And it's staying away at the moment, which is good. Just outside the off stump, and it's 178 for the loss of 5.
So good productive over there for Bangladesh, and also that of Hassan. The Bangladesh certainly seems to be more positive in the attack this morning. Some 21 runs have been added to the overnight score in just 6 overs. So certainly they have picked up the run rate quite considerably this morning.
Yes, certainly, and that's good to see some good batting from Saif Hassan, who has looked to accelerate. And Jaka Alianik as well. He's just on 7, but he struck a boundary this morning already. And you know, Greg, I'm not too sure what you would expect now from these two teams. It's the 3rd day of this contest, tomorrow being the last day. Your expectations on how this game is going to progress after this delivery?
Well, it may very well boil down to perhaps just one inning, in the sense that Bangladesh would look to bat as long as possible today. With 178, perhaps if it's possible, get 350 runs. and declare the inning. And then you would give West Indies probably a session and a half today, or one session today and the entire day tomorrow, hopefully, to see if you could bowl them out.
This time on driving. This game could, very well end in a draw, Greg.
Yeah, with 2 days already gone, and you're into the third day, and one inning has not completed yet. So you need major collapse from both teams in order to possibly get, a result, really.
Yes, definitely. And just after this delivery, we'll just give you an update of how things are going at the moment in Florida. The West Indies Women's Under 19 team taking on USA Women's Under 19 team. And USA has won the toss and they have elected to field first. West Indies 11 for this game. Asabi Kalinda, Shmini Munisa, Shalini Samaru, Chanel Sao, Katie Jazz Mitchell, Samara Joseph, Johnny Cumberbatch, Kate Wilmot, Zaida James, Raylana Grimond, and Navina Ramnath. That's the West Indies 11 for that game. So Mindley trying something different now here. Greg is going to come around the wicket to Jaka Ali Anik.
Okay.
Just pitching that one on target. I think that's a good ploy.
Yes, good ploy, but I would want to see at least a short leg in place, especially to Ali, who doesn't seem to be too comfortable against. And speaking of short leg, it looked like Tijran Chanderpaul is getting into position.
Well, I was wondering why he didn't look to get in position for that very first delivery that Mindley came around the wicket with. Because you're going to attack the body of the batsman. He's going to be in some problems. He does well there, Anik, to get on top of that one. So some changes now for Mindley as he's going to bowl to Hassan. He's now sending the captain, the Silva, back on the boundary at deep forward square leg. And he has that wide fine leg fielder in position. Tijran Chanderpaul is still there at short leg. Very backward, you have to see. And there is one slip, a gully, and a backward point on the fence. There's a cover, mid-off, wide mid-off, that is a short one, and a mid-on. This time he's pulling, and Chanderpaul is ducking for cover. His heart would have been in his mouth there for a moment there, Greg, as the over comes to an end. And
so Mindley coming wrong the wicket, looked like the ploy is to bowl short to both batters. Because to Ali we saw the short leg, Tijran Chanderpaul came into position, and for Hassan we saw the captain dropping 3/4 way on the boundary. So it looked like the ploy for this morning would be to bowl short at batsmen, especially from Mindley.
Definitely so. Mindley has been the only bowler that has really looked to dig in the ball short. Philip has done it on some occasions this morning as well. And just to look at the USA team, Anika Kolan, Sahani Tadani, Gitika Kodali, Lasia Mulapudi, Bhumika Badriraju, Disha Dingra, Signa Paul, Tia Gonzalez, Isani Vagela. This one passes Imlak and it will run away for 4 byes.
Again, Imlak not having the best of days behind the stump very early in the morning, but this one really came back a long way and caught Imlak flat-footed to a certain extent, and the ball just got off the gloves and went down through to the boundary for 4. So not a good start to the over.
Not a good start at all. And Imlach again. I thought that was a difficult take for him. The ball kept on moving. Looking to pull there, Hassan. And he doesn't make contact. So he looks as though he's not afraid to take on the short pitch bowling this morning, and he's shown that. There's a fielder at backward point who's on the boundary. Looks to be Solazano. That's an excellent delivery there from Philip, getting that one pitched up and was moving away from Saif Hassan, squaring up there, Greg.
Yes, excellent delivery to Saif. But we just haven't seen enough of those deliveries bowled to Saif. On most occasions, the bowlers are looking to bowl short at him, but he looks more vulnerable to those deliveries that are just slightly back of a length, where you have to get him committing himself forward on the front foot.
Yeah, and he somehow doesn't move his feet that much. Well, at least in this game, he hasn't shown that. This time he's pulling, it's into the air and just short of Yannick Karaya. Karaya again in the action. Yesterday he was there, he put down one, and this time the ball dropping just short. Hassan has to settle for one.
So again, the ploy to Hassan seems to be bowling short at him, and the previous delivery he was comprehensively beaten, and one would have thought that perhaps he would have looked to replicate that sort of delivery.
Good stuff there from Philip. Coming back to Jacques Ali Anik, mixing things up a bit. So Philip has bowled well this morning. Delivery just pitching and looking to move away, and worked away by Anik. But Mindley is down at fine leg, so he does the cleaning up, and that brings the over to an end. Anik, he moves on to 9. Hassan is on 78. The score 186-5.
Yes, good going there by Bangladesh. Certainly, we see some more runs are added very quickly this morning, and Hassan on 78 certainly would be eyeing 3 figures. He has batted well enough for that. Some 241 deliveries faced so far. But the West Indies bowlers certainly would need to try to keep things tight. Unlike yesterday, where we did not see too many runs being scored, this morning the runs has been flowing. So they need to try to get a few tight overs in and see if they could prize a wicket in the process.
Maybe they would look to Colin Archibald to do that, because he's come in. He's had 3 wickets already in this innings. 3 for 31, and he is bowling to Anik. Archibald, he's looked very good, Greg.
Yes, he has not use the short ball ploy as the other fast bowlers have done. He has tried to make the concerted effort to bring the ball up as much as possible and look for the swing. And that has brought him the success that he has had so far.
Anik dealing with that one well, just getting onto his toes, getting inside the line, and getting one.
Yes, a bit too easy. This one was basically angled into the body. And most top batters with so much available space there, that is easy pickings.
If Hassan does get to a century here today, that would be his 7th first-class century. Comfortable to leave that one. He got that left foot across, covered the line, and he did well.
Yes, that's excellent batting. With the ball basically angling across. The ball would have to come back a long way to hit the off stump.
Smashed, driven beautifully by Hassan. Philip does well, and they get 2.
So Hassan continuing to play positive cricket this morning. Anything that is pitched up outside the off stump, he's not afraid to drive, and he has done that beautifully this morning.
Down the leg side, and we saw Mitun being strangled down the leg side to a delivery similar to that one. But any touch onto that there, Greg, that could easily run away to the boundary as the fine leg fielder is a bit wide.
Yes. Archibald can consider himself a bit lucky to have gotten away with the last delivery.
So just gonna switch it up a bit for the final delivery of this over. It's gonna come round the wicket, the left arm seamer. This time the silver into the action, and he stops. A good shot, a powerful blow there from Hassan. At the end of 93, it's 189 for 5.
A relatively good over from Archibald. Try to make the batsman play as much as possible. Just one would say down the leg side, which was fortunate enough for him. The batsman did not get any bat on to, but we see him making a concerted effort to at least to pitch the ball up as much as possible and to see if there's any available swing that he could take full advantage of.
Partnership building, 41 of 95 deliveries between Anik and Hassan at the moment. The highest partnership scored was between Hassan and Shadman Islam, that of 46. Justin Greaves has been given the opportunity now to come in and partner with Colin Archibald.
Well, we saw the last over from Graves yesterday was a fiery one. Let's see how he's going to start the proceeding this morning.
Getting some movement. Of course, it's way beyond 80 overs in the innings. A new ball would have been taken by Josh De Silva. And this is going to be a test. Maybe it was taken overnight, Greg. We didn't see the umpire signal this morning. That new ball. And Graves in this game, to me, has been a bit too wide. Just needs to have a bit more control and consistency here, Justin Graves. He's a great bowler.
Yeah, when he's not wide, on quite a few occasions he's been shorter.
Yeah. So I'm too short, but protection in the form of Mindley. It's just one. West Indies in need of wickets at the moment, and they would know that. But it's, now the question is where and how are they going to get these wickets? That's going to be the question for Josh De Silva. So he's already gone with Mindley and Phillip this morning. He's now given opportunity to Graves and Colin Archibald. Colin Archibald, who has been his trump card thus far in this innings and this game. But again, in that last delivery, you can see Justin Graves starting the ball so wide outside your stump that Imlach almost had to go towards first slip to collect.
Yeah, certainly not the sort of start that Graves would have wanted. Just a bit too wide of the batsman in this over. Again, wide outside the off stump. So you were asking perhaps where is De Silva going to get a wicket? One of the ploy that perhaps he could do is get Karaya in one end and have the bowlers, the fast bowlers in short bursts at the other end.
Definitely, Karaya.
If it's 2-3 over spell you're gonna give them, but ask them to run in harder.
He bowled beautifully yesterday, the spinner, and not again there wide, but this time down the leg side. That's not what you would want as a captain from your bowler. And yes, Greg, that's a good point. Bringing in Karaya from one end and working your fast bowlers on the other, and that would, if you give them short bursts, that as well can be a bit challenging for the Bangladesh A batsmen. There's a look at the Johnson's Charles stand on the southwestern end of the ground. Johnson Charles, a formidable figure here in St. Lucia. You know a lot about Johnson Charles, Greg.
Yes, we played against each other quite a bit. Actually, there's the T10 tournament that has been ongoing for the past 2 years, and he got 100 in one of those matches.
They get 100 in a T10 game, Greg. That's some going.
Also, Kimani Melius got 100 in a T10 game as well.
And well,
struck to get to his 100. Got 30 in the last over, 5 sixes.
Wow. Manny Milius, a special player. And Johnson Charles has always been a dismissive player. And he doesn't shy away from a challenge at all. The aggressive opener.
How many batsmen you have seen charge long wicket to Brett Lee? And he certainly has done that.
Yes, not many. And that's why I say he's not afraid to.
No, certainly one of the most fearless cricketers that you could find around. He's prepared to take on any bowling.
Yep. There's the West Indies Bangladesh flag and the St. Lucian flag fluttering in the wind here, and You can see the amount of wind from that picture. And there's a couple horses as well at the back of that wall there, Greg. And Greg, there are a couple animals you tend to see around the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground as you enter.
Yes, for some reason, persons tend to use around this area to graze, horses in particular.
Yeah, you've seen a couple of horses, a couple of cows as well. Number of animals. Good friend Michael Rupa has found a couple of friends in some of the horses, in the form of the horses. One named Terry, one named Jerry, and the other Mary.
Is he a big fan of horse?
Well, it seems so. Yesterday afternoon, we caught him feeding Terry.
Okay. Well, actually, around the vicinity, there are about, if my memory serves me right, I think either 2 or 3 stables close by.
Yep. I saw one of the stables, and also I also saw a K9 training ground as well.
So perhaps on one of his off days, they probably should organize an expedition to the Kazaba Beach where they could do some horseback riding.
Well, he wants to do that, and I think, as you mentioned, that he'd want to be having a chat with you after, Greg, about that. Archibald is looking to continue, but again, Greg, some side screen issues.
Yes, and that has been a problem almost on a daily basis.
Yes.
And at both ends of that.
Of course, play getting underway at 10 a.m. this morning, and the umpire Chris Taylor, after having a word with him, was telling me that I'm going to look to get in 98 overs today, and play would end, if weather permits, light permits, and so forth, at 5:30. Yesterday they said that, but of course, with the light being available, they were able to get in a couple more overs, look to get closer to the allotted overs for the day's play. They were 3 short, but they did well to get in the 53 overs that they did. This time a bit too straight from Archibald. It's worked away, and is it Chandapal that's giving chase? Yes, it is. The youthful Chandapal, and they get 2.
Yes, Archibald certainly looking to attack the stumps, but batsmen have been there for quite a while and easily walked into the onside for 2 easy runs. So perhaps the line of attack should be a little, as we would say, 4th, 5th stump line outside the off stump.
With him coming around the wicket, he needs to be a bit wider of the off stump. Too straight again, and easy pickings there for Anik.
Perhaps he's hoping to go through bat and pad, one would think. But then again, if the ball is moving, your best bet would to start the ball outside the off stump, encourage the batsman to try for the covers. And if the ball sneaks through, it could go between bat and pad. But the line certainly is starting too straight. A lot of the deliveries are already angling into the pads.
So the Silver just stocking up that leg side field a bit for Saif Hassan. Loud appeal for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. And Hassan is down to the floor like a potato sack when you remove the potatoes. This one certainly high, and that struck him in that area of uncertainty, Greg. You know, that area that I don't need to mention. You would know all about it.
Yeah, it's very disconcerting when you get struck in this area. There's, especially of a fast bowler with a new 5-ounce ball. Not a pleasant feeling.
Tender area, that is. Good delivery from Archibald. Normally Well, most times, Greg, when you get hit in that area, I think Hassan is experiencing what I'm about to say at the moment. When you get in that area, you feel the pain all in your stomach, Greg.
I think it's the stomach alone. This thing will send a shock wave through your entire body.
Archibald, that ball moving a lot into the right-hander in the air, and the over comes to an end. 193 for 5. Hassan is on 80, and Jaka Ali Anik is on 14. That's the latest score at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yes, good over completed by Archibald. Though on a few occasions, just running a little too straight, angling into the pads, but we could see that he's up to something. He's certainly looking to get that ball to swing and perhaps to get in between bat and pad, and on one occasion he almost did that.
There are the paramedics. Important, you know, Greg, to have the paramedics on hand in case of any injuries. Play an important role. Graves with ball in hand, and that's what he would need to do. Many times you see him bowl one or two of those deliveries, and then he's back with the wide and short pitch deliveries.
Yes, and for fast bowlers that are operating, I think he's the most inconsistent of the lot.
Working this one away, and with Jeremiah Louis and Sherman Lewis not there for the West Indies A team in this game, and of course Archibald given the opportunity along with Phillip, they need to stand up. But Graves and Mindley would have done well. They would have had 3 and 5 wickets respectively, and you know, they would want to keep up that performance as well. Good delivery there from Graves, and he's been a bit better in this over, you have to say.
Yes, just one delivery that was probably angling down the leg side, but we've seen him made a big effort to pitch the ball up more in this over. Unlike the previous over, we saw a number of deliveries, well, at least 2 down the leg side and at least 3 of them way wide outside the off stump.
This time he's driving, but the silver is there. Just needs to settle here, Justin Graves, and attack that line, that length a bit more that he's doing. Again, wide. And it was so wide that you could consider it a broad, Greg, and it signaled wide by umpire Dayton Butler.
Yes, again, the sort of inconsistency that we just spoke about with Graves, and this one was extremely wide. Keeper Imlag had to collect in front of first slip.
Not showing that much control here, Graves. Two straight this time, and Hassan gets 1.
So Captain De Silva must be a worried man out there. Must be thinking of how exactly is he going to get a wicket this morning.
think he needs to get in Yannick Karaya in there a bit. Just to change things up. Just change the pace up a bit.
But Karaya did look good yesterday.
Had a couple close calls as well. This time too short. Pulling is Anik. Philip gets in the way, and that's the end of the over. And the end of it's 197 for the loss of 5.
Yes, Bangladesh certainly inching closer to what would be a good enough milestone for them. 200. If you could get to 200 for the loss of 5 wickets, that would be a good confident booster for the remainder of the batters to come, and more so with Hassan already into the 80s.
Shot off the floodlights here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, and Saif Hassan, he's right atop of the leading run scorer chart in this series at 100 runs, striking just about 35.46 at the moment. That's not really a concern because it's the longer format of the game. The strike rate not really something that you would consider very much. Five fielders on the onside for Colin Archibald. And with that field, you can't afford to be bowling that straight. Just one. Because he's left just a slip, a gully, and a short cover and a backward point on the boundary. So what he's doing, asking him to do, Greg, I'm guessing, is to drive through the offside to the ball that's coming back in.
Yes, most certainly.
That's not going to be anything that's going to worry Saif Hassan. It's short and it's easy for him to get in behind it.
Yes, Hassan doesn't look trouble at all out in the middle this morning. Certainly a much different player to what we saw yesterday afternoon.
Similar delivery to the previous one, a similar result.
Yes, just standing tall and defending, sort of short delivery. Not much venom there, so he has more than enough time to get behind it.
And Colin Archibald, of course, not being the quickest of bowlers, as you said, but he's accurate, and that's what's key. Like that. That one just cutting him in half there, Greg, going through.
Yes, good movement. Ball is still seaming around.
He had no answer to that one there, Saif Hassan.
But again, the point that we keep emphasizing, that we don't see enough of those wicket-taking deliveries. Perhaps one in every over 2. But we're not seeing it on a consistent basis.
And that has been something that has not just, been a concern at this level. I think it's a concern at the senior level as well for the West Indies senior team.
Because if you're not going to be consistent, then you really cannot build pressure on a batsman. He just knows, okay, I'm beaten by this delivery, and then for the remainder of the over, he knows that the other deliveries may either be wide outside the off stump or perhaps angling down the leg side. And this is exactly what we saw. Ashwal bowled a beautiful delivery, and the next two deliveries, they were followed up, by a short pitch. The last one was just balloon over the head of the batsman. You're not going to get a batsman out, unless he decides to take on that sort of bowling.
Yes, certainly, and that's been the cry of Greg. Just looking to get that more wicket-taking deliveries in, and we haven't seen that. So it's the drinks break here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground after the first hour's play here on day 3 of the game, the second unofficial test match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. Bangladesh A batting first. They are 198 for 5 after 96.5 overs. Welcome back as we look to get on the way after the first hour of play at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Greg Wilson is alongside me. Welcome back, Greg. And wickets needed for the West Indies, Greg. Where is it going to come from?
Yes, that's the million-dollar question. But the captain certainly need to try something different. Perhaps bring in Karaya, give him an extended run, as he did yesterday. Certainly he did create opportunities. One would say sufficient support was not given to him, because after the ball got past the first slip, then we saw a second slip was introduced, and I kept lamenting that Bangladesh were not scoring at any brisk space. They were more or less in survival mode, so to speak. And we thought that he should have crowded the batsmen a little more. And we saw at least two opportunities when the ball went through the vacant slip area then the reinforcement was made. So he needs certainly to be a little more proactive and certainly at least bring in Karaya in and try something different, because the fast bowlers, they really have not looked too penetrative this morning.
Yeah, and you know when it's not going for you and you have a plan A that doesn't work, plan B doesn't work. Normally you don't really have a plan C, but a plan C is formulated with adjustment and adjustment on the field of play. If something is happening, you have to have the ability to adjust. And well, I think the West Indies need to adjust to the situation at the moment and see if they can prize out a couple of wickets. And part of that adjustment could very well be your suggestion, Greg, bringing in Yannick Karaya. But at the moment, Josh De Silva is sticking with Justin Greaves from the far end. Of course, we've seen Yannick Karaya bowl from the media centre, and that's his preferred end, as you said. So we'll have to wait and see. Greaves again down the leg side. Stifled appeal.
But even speaking about trying something different, he probably could be introduced to the Players Pavilion end, and if anything, encourage the batters to hit into the breeze. Or you know, the wind may very well assist you in getting a wicket.
Because it's two right-handers.
Yeah, so even if it's for an over or two, but just try something different.
One passing very close as Anik just walked across the off stump, and you would see Greaves into his 21st over. You would see 19 runs under his name, but he has bowled well, but inconsistency is something that has faced him in this game, and he hasn't been able to hit his line and lengths ever so often and consistently at that. Hence, you know, you would see that less runs have been scored off him because he was too wide, and of course if you're a bit too wide, the batsmen, they're not going to chase those deliveries in this format of the game at least. Hence, I think that's his figures at the moment.
But I'm just looking at to Greaves, you have a man at leg slip. Now to me this is placing a field for bad bowling.
Yep. With the ball moving away sharply from the right-handers, I think he could have stocked up the slip cordon, put in a second slip. And that would have certainly been a good ploy. Having a leg slip is just asking Greaves to bowl straight, and that could very well be too straight. If you're doing that though, maybe you can instill the short leg fielder as well if you're going to bowl short and straight to Anik, because you have two fielders backward of square leg on the boundary as well. But yet still I think that's a waste of, you know, a plan. But we'll have to see what happens.
Well, Judge De Silva might just be saying, we're asking for something different, so he's trying something different.
Yep. It's good to see Josh De Silva showing the intent to try something different, and he's been doing that. In the last game we saw it, in this game as well, in this innings. We saw him not afraid to put in a second slip for his spinner Karaya, put in the short leg fielder, this time pulling Philip in attendance. Only one to Anik, who seems to be getting a bit more accustomed to playing the short deliveries, and he's doing it well.
Yes, Anik has been out in the middle for some time now. He's been there from since yesterday afternoon. So certainly he would be accustomed by now to the sort of piece and bounce out in the middle. But they are certainly inching closer to 200. And it would be a good milestone for the team, a good confident booster, considering that they were bowled out for 167 in the first game, and they are now gone past or approaching 200 runs for just the loss of 5 wickets, and to have a set batsman on 81 as well.
Colin Archibald to continue, and this one is played away, and they'll have to settle for one there, Greg.
Yes, because Anik lost his footing and fell to the ground.
And in the process, 200 comes up for the Bangladeshis, 200 for 5 as well. And that takes Ali on to 19. Hassan is on 81.
Just good effort with the bat so far.
This time he's looking to drive and just past the outside edge. And that is what I was speaking about, Greg. Look at where his feet were, sorry. Let's have a look at that again. This is what we've grown accustomed to seeing from Saif Hassan. He was looking to drive, the feet went nowhere, and it was all bat, just stretching.
Yep, and we do not see enough of those sort of full deliveries, especially to Saif.
And when you bowl one good delivery, you bowl a poor one now, straight, 2 straight, and down the leg side for 4.
Yes, again, the inconsistency with the bowling. Archibald on this occasion just straying into the pads of Hassan, and all he did was just get into the line and just get a fintish edge, and the ball raised down through to the vacant fine leg boundary for 4. So certainly not the sort of delivery you want to be bowling to a batsman who's been out there for so long and into the 80s already.
On to 85 now with that boundary. Coming over the wicket now, and 2 straight again. But he has protection. Only 1. But I'm still not understanding why he's bowling that straight to someone who has been at the crease for 262 deliveries. And he's seeing the ball like a breadfruit.
And the skipper, strange enough, has found himself in the short leg position, no, backward square, short backward square. And basically, again, it's a field placement for bad bowling.
Yes, so there's that leg gully, short leg. Let's see. He's going to be short for sure. And Anik plays it well into the onside. And exactly so, Greg, that's setting the field for poor bowling.
This is exactly what I think we're seeing that the captain is doing presently. Rather than setting a proper field and ask the bowlers to bowl to the field and look to see if you could price out some wickets. But what we see happening is batsmen are playing shots off the pads, and he's placing himself or another fielder in those areas.
Yeah, that one stood up to be hit there, that last delivery. And it was well put away by Jacques Alianik as he gets 1 to complete the over. At the end of it, it's 206 for the loss of 5 after 99 overs.
Yes, so the batters out there, they look well set, not troubled, and certainly they are aided with a bit of poor bowling at this point. So the captain certainly, I would think, the time would be right to perhaps introduce the spinner, Yannick Carrera, and not wait until perhaps the last 15 minutes to introduce him into the attack.
A number of occasions we've seen Karai used in that fashion. This ball about 3 or 4 overs before the intervals. Graves, good attempt to pitch the ball up. And one offered to the Bangladesh A team. Good fact, though, Greg, on this day in 1991, 3 players would have retired from the West Indies Test team. 3 legends at that as well. So Vivian Richards, after playing 121 Test matches, he would have retired with 8,540 runs at an average of 50.23. Geoffrey Dujon from Jamaica with 81 tests to his name, he would have retired 270 dismissals, 3,322 runs with a batting average of 32. And Malcolm Marshall, the Bajan, with 81 tests as well, he would have retired with 376 wickets, a bowling average of 20.94 on this day in 1991.
Well, certainly West Indies would have lost 3 legends at that time, and perhaps we have struggled to really recover, one would say, from then onwards.
Yes, and a top batsman, a top wicket keeper, and a top fast bowler all retired on the same day. Legendary players, to say the least. Single there to Anik. Could have been a chance for a run out, but they're through in the end. Anik has moved on nicely to 22, and the partnership has rolled on to 59 at the moment. Been a good partnership, Greg.
Yes, good, solid partnership between these two.
One being more of the aggressor than the other, that being Saif Hassan. And Jaka Ali Anik is being a bit more watchful. Too short from Graves this time.
Graves has looked so much better when he has pitched the deliveries up, perhaps just slightly back of a length. But those short pitch deliveries really, they are troubling the batsman. And quite a few occasions just a little too wide outside the off stump. So he certainly has not gotten it right.
This time better, but again a bit too short. One more delivery to go in the over. Hassan stylishly defends, and the over has been completed. 100 overs bowled, 209 for the loss of 5.
Yes, good batting effort so far by Bangladesh to have faced 100 overs. For just the loss of 5 wickets. So certainly they are doing much better than they did in the previous game in the series. And Hassan just 13 runs away from what would be a deservedly milestone of 100.
Mindley is going to continue
Again, Minley's into his second spell for the morning, and we've not seen the introduction of Yannick Karaya.
Very interesting move from skipper De Silva. And I'm seeing Karaya warming up at backward point. So we may just see him come in shortly, Greg. They're hearing your call. Finally. One tealing in. Getting some inward movement there, Minley immediately. Kisi Kati as well, who's at slip. He was getting warm as well.
Was this in a signal out to the captain? Presumably saying that skip probably could turn my arms.
Well, there he is getting warm. Good delivery, edging, dropping short of gully. Atanase, who has been in the catching positions. He's taken a number of catches for the West Indies A team in this series thus far. He's been in and about.
Seems to have some good hands.
One catch he's put down. That's a good delivery. And keeping a bit low as well. Had he missed that there, Greg, if that had cannoned into the pads, well, it could have well and truly be cannoned into the stumps.
Yes, that would have been very interesting to see what the decision would have been like. But Minley certainly getting the ball to jog back a long way.
The ball, that last delivery, Greg, that delivery was already outside the line of the leg stump. Just maybe on about leg stump. Thought that with the ball angling in, maybe, Hassan could have looked to work it into the onside.
Yes, most certainly. And if you look at the onside, there are acres of space there.
It's like edging again. And short of the gully fielder once more.
Well, this is the second time in the over that the ball has gotten the outer edge and fallen short of the gully. So perhaps the gully fielder Athens should move up closer to the edge of the square.
Well, that he did. He has now done that.
And if needs be, he could use the helmet if he has to.
Yes, he's taken a couple steps up, and Minley delivers a ball that just coming back in to the right-hander, and 101 overs have been bowled. 210 for the loss of 5.
Yes, the completion of a good over there by Minley on 2 occasions, getting the outer portion of the bat and the ball going in the vicinity of the gully fielder. But not enough bat to carry all the way through to the fielder. So definitely one would hope that Minley could bowl at least more consistently in those regions.
Yes, Minley has been a cut above the rest of these West Indies bowlers in the recent times. Karaya not yet introduced. Greaves, I think De Silva is just persisting with Justin Greaves a bit too long. Good throw there from De Silva. Not too sure what are your thoughts on that.
Yes, Graves, as I did indicate a little early on, in the four fast bowlers who are operating, he seems to be the most inconsistent. And as I've indicated to you, I would very much like to see Karaya introduced into the bowling attack rather than just bring him in, 10 minutes before the luncheon interval.
Too short, too high. One for the over, signal by umpire Butler and umpire Tuckett at square leg.
Graves really has not kept the batsman under any degree of pressure this morning. The odd good deliveries have been bowled, but not 2, 3, 4 deliveries in an over.
This time it's edging over slip, and that's going to run away for 4.
Yes, deliberately played over the slip cord and again short and wide. Give the batsman ample time to just pick his gap, so to speak, because he knew once he got that ball over the slip cord, he would have just gone over down to foot 1, which is vacant for 4. So good shot there by Saif, getting him into the 90s now.
91 to Saif Hassan. 9 runs away from his century, which would be a brilliant one. The nervous 90s, Greg. You've been there, you've done that.
Yes, been there, and I've gotten out in the nervous 90s as well, right in the finals.
Popped in the air, and Chandapol would have been a contender to take a catch there for a short while, but just dropping short.
Saif certainly would want to get those 9 runs and perhaps to do so before the luncheon interval. Still have a fair bit of time to do so.
Good delivery.
Although yesterday we saw once he got into the 40s, the run scoring at his end dropped considerably.
Good to see the weather holding up for this game, and some cricket on show for these guys to showcase their talents for the selectors that may be looking on. At the end of 102 overs, the score 215 for the loss of 5. Greg Wilson.
Yes, Bangladesh continuing to bat resolutely, especially Saif Hassan, who has now gotten into the 90s, 91 of 276 delivery. So certainly Bangladesh would be pleased with his effort out in the middle, and West Indies certainly would need to come up with an answer as to how to see the back of Saif Hassan with just some 28 minutes to the luncheon interval. So West Indies certainly would want to go in at lunch knowing that they have gotten a wicket or 2 for the morning.
It's been all Bangladesh this morning. West Indies have not looked to be attacking at all. And however, in the meantime, the West Indies selectors would have announced the ODI squad to face New Zealand later this month following the T20 series. And Shimran Atmaya is back in the ODI setup. And he's set to play his first ODI since July 2021. And chance for a run out there, but safe was Xhaka Alianik. 2 dot deliveries to start the over. And back to that ODI squad, Kevin Sinclair also returns to the setup, but he of course would have participated in 60 T20 internationals prior to this series, and he is set to make his ODI debut if he does get a game as well. This time Anik is driving just forward of point, and he will get 2. And left arm spinner Gudakesh Moti, who would have been injured in the ODI series against India at the Queen's Park Oval, he is in the squad subject to clearing a fitness test. And of course, spin bowling all-rounders Ruston Chase and Fabian Allen, they were unavailable for selection. Ruston Chase for injury, Fabian Allen for personal reasons. And the ODI, the first ODI will take place on August 17th. The squad, Greg, is as follows: Nicholas Puran, captain; Shea Hope, vice captain; Shamar Brooks, Kesey Carty, Shimran Hetmar, Jason Holder, Akil Hussain, Alzari Joseph, Brandon King, Kyle Mayers, Gudakesh Moti, subject to fitness of course, Kimo Paul, Jaden Seals, and Kevin Sinclair.
Yes, a decent squad.
This time well forward there is Anik. So he's leaving those deliveries stylishly, Xhaka Anik, which tells me that he's developed some confidence since occupying the crease for such a long period, Greg, as the over comes and then 217 for 5.
Yeah, certainly. Just watching the body language and the manner in which he's able to pick the deliveries as to which one to play and which one to allow to go through to the keeper. You could see that he's well settled out in the middle, and certainly he's growing in confidence. And the captain is still continuing with Greaves.
Yeah, Justin Greaves is going to continue from the Kaimaji end. Running away from the hills to the back of that end. Justin Greaves has already completed 23 overs. In a short bit we'll take a look at the bowling effort of the West Indies thus far. Greaves starts with one on the body of Hassan. In a situation like this, Greg, where you are 91, your team 217 for 5, lunch just about 23 minutes away, your approach, how will that be? You of course wouldn't want to lose your wicket in this short period before lunch. You would have a bitter lunch if that happens. But how would your approach be as this one is worked away for 1?
Well, certainly with perhaps 20 minutes or so prior to lunch on just, well, 8 runs now, but 9 runs needed. I would back myself to get those 9 runs before the luncheon interval. Because after a break, like my coach would always say, things not usually happens. Because remember, you're starting back all over again.
Yep.
The wicket would have dried in perhaps a little more. So anything could happen when you come back. But now that you are in the move, you are confident, the blood is hot, so get your 9 runs. And there are enough room out there to do that. And most of the bowlers are not bowling that tight out there. So 9 runs or 8 more runs should not be that difficult to get before the luncheon interval. That is if you're determined to get it.
Yeah, positively. Just playing positive cricket is what's important. You don't want to try to tie down yourself and do things out of the ordinary. If the ball is there, put it away. Anik can't put that one away. It's getting in behind it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players on the leg side.
The intentions are clear. Karaya still warming up. Pulling in the air, and Mindley is there. Good return, so just limits them to 1. $2.19 for 5. Not the best of days in Florida. The West Indies women's under 19. They are 49 for 5 after 16.3 overs at the moment.
Look like it's gonna be a low-scoring game.
Yeah, it's been a low-scoring series thus far. 49 for 5. It doesn't look good for the West Indies team as this one is struck away over mid-on. And Saif Hassan will get 2. And speaking about playing positively in the nervous 90s, there's Hassan doing that.
Yes, well, the opportunity does present himself with that delivery to have gone over the top, because you have the man at mid-on was close enough and the ball was pitched up on the pad, so it was really inviting him to go over the top, which he obliged. So inching closer to that century, 94 now.
This time it's into the air, and this could go all the way for 6. Yes, it does. It brings up a magnificent century for Saif Hassan. Raise your bat. Your 7th first-class century, Saif Hassan, and he deserves a hug from Xhaka Halianik. He acknowledges his teammates acknowledges his celebration as well, a stare into the air, and Saif Hassan, why oh my, what an outstanding knock. 100 of 280 deliveries.
That's a brilliant knock by Saif Hassan. Certainly, he had only given just one chance. That was of the bowling of Yannick Karaya. And what a way to bring up the century with a 6 over the long on boundary. So certainly, he did bat responsibly out there. Occupation of the crease, most importantly, some 280 balls. So he really, that was a masterful knock by Saif Hassan.
Yeah, and of course he would have been rated as someone who has the appetite for batting for long periods, and he would have risen through the ranks over the years. Saif Hassan, and certainly showing his seniority. He would have played 6 test matches, 2 T20 international matches for Bangladesh, and showing his seniority at this level. Saif Hassan getting his 7th first-class century.
Looks like Karaya now is being introduced into the attack. But again, with just 18 minutes left before the luncheon interval. So he's not going to get too many overs in.
Just about 2 to 3 overs max.
And I think a leg spinner would need more than 2 or 3 overs to be able to set the batsman up, to be able to get a rhythm bowling out in the middle.
Yeah, especially a leg spinner. Short, punched away. Xhaka gets one. Everyone in Dhaka, Bangladesh would be proud at the moment to see the bat of Saif Hassan raised. Players of Fortune Barishal, Khulna Tigers and Barishal Division would all be happy with their teammate and former teammate, as the case may be. Good delivery there from Karaya. It's Archibald in your picture, the pick of the bowlers for the West Indies A team. Short pulled and pulled hard, ferociously from Saif Hassan, and that's a flat 6. Believe it or not, Greg Wilson.
Yes, Karaya on this occasion just pitching this one short. And Hassan getting into position very quickly and knowing down it was a vacant area. He got into it very quickly and flat 6 as you did in the kit. So certainly he's growing in confidence out there and prepared to really put away the loose deliveries.
Yesterday we saw him pulling a short delivery from Karaya for 6 as well. So Karaya would know that it's a batsman that set he's bowling to, and he can't afford to really miss your line, miss your length. That's better. That's more like it from Yannick Karaya. It'll be interesting to see when Karaya serves up a googly.
Well, yesterday he took a long time before he bowled his first googly.
Time again short, and that's going to be 4. Not so good bowling here by Yannick Karaya.
Yes, dragging this one down. And the ball just sat in the wicket, asking to be hit. And for a batsman who was set and has been out there from since yesterday, he's not going to miss out on those opportunities.
Score races on to 238 for 5. My oh my, this has been some innings thus far from Saif Hassan and the Bangladesh A team. Started the morning at 157 for 5. They've now added 90 in this partnership, that is. Not this morning, but the partnership is 90. And that brings the over to an end. The first Yannick Karaya's over for the morning. It is 238 for the loss of 5.
Yes. Well, basically one would say perhaps it's a loosener for Karaya, considering some 11 runs in the over. In that over we saw him really bowling 2 ranked long hops that were dispatched to the boundary. So Hassan continuing to bat well. Let's move on to 110. So certainly he would have one eye on the clock going for that luncheon period and would want to come back and really pile on the pressure on the West Indies bowlers.
Greaves has been persisted with by skipper Joshua Da Silva. He's going to do that all day if you serve it up there. Anik just happy to take one because, of course, Hassan has done the bulk of the run scoring. And Hassan would have overshadowed, Jacques Ali Anik Greg. But after this ball, maybe you can speak about, of course, we cannot count out the effort of Jacques Ali Anik, as this one is pulled hard from Saif Hassan. Karaya giving chase, and they will get 2.
Yes, Hassan pretty much prepared to take on the short bowling. And again, looking at the bowlers, the short ball, there's not much venom in there. So he has more than enough time to pick his gap, pick the areas in which he wants to hit the ball. And he's doing that quite comfortably at this end.
When you don't have that much pace, you can't afford to be bowling too short. And now that short delivery has now forced Joshua De Silva to make a couple changes to the field. The groundsman, though, in the meantime, seems to be walking across to the cover, but I'm not too sure what they're seeing, something that we are not seeing. Down the leg side, Greg Wilson, the weatherman, you would know about the situation.
Just like you, a little perplexed. I'm not seeing the grey clouds building up. Perhaps in the far distance, they've probably seen something that we are not. Remember, we are in an enclosed area, so we couldn't see all the way towards the Kazamba beach.
Kazamba Beach? Kazaba Beach. That's where Michael Rupp will be going to do his horseback riding this time. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Saif Hassan. He's ramping things up a bit. He's getting excited. And why not? He's gone past his century. And he's starting to leave the balls funnily. And he's starting to do all sorts of tricks out there in the middle. You normally see lots of this from Manas Labuschagne, Stephen Smith from Australia. Beautifully played. And Solazano comes around to limit the Bangladeshis to 2. One more delivery remaining in the over.
Again, Justin Reeves, short and wide. One would expect if he was going to bowl short, it would have been more into the body of the batsman, because you have a short leg, a man at short mid-wicket, and 2 out, 3/4 ways on the boundary. But yet still is bowling short and wide outside the off stump.
Look at him go, Saif Hassan.
Yeah, that's much better at the body of the batsman.
Well, 106 overs have been bowled in this innings at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, and it is 243 for 5.
Yes, the end of a rather interesting over from Greaves. Really steaming in and bowling quite a few short pitch deliveries at a well-set batsman. So certainly he's pretty much determined to see if he can get a wicket for his captain, Joshua De Silva, before the lunch on interval. A good effort, but a lot of the deliveries, they were not well lined and they were not well controlled.
Yes, and maybe about 2 overs to go until that luncheon interval, 9 minutes or so. The spinners over don't think that long. Karai just having a word with his skipper. And the short pitch deliveries in the last over of his would have now fueled the captain De Silva to put a fielder out at deep mid-wicket, more that cow corner region. So 4 fielders on the onside. There's Karaya. Well worked there by Anik. Breaking the wrist there, Greg.
Yes, ball was on this occasion short. Batsman had enough time to get on the back foot and good wrist work to get the ball down to the short fine leg region for 1.
That's better from Yannick Karaya. And you were saying that it takes normally takes a couple overs as well for a spinner, of course, a leg spinner more so to, you know, settle. And maybe that first over was just for him to, was just in an effort to find his radar. There's a googly, but well spotted, well judged there by Saif Hassan.
And certainly this is a sign of perhaps Karaya being confident. Yesterday we did not see him use the googly that early in his spell. And he's just into his second over. And he's using the googly.
This time a bit shorter outside the off stump. And Hassan just happy to take one. 245 for the loss of 5. See some dark clouds building up now to the east. Groundsmen still in their positions. Extending this over here, the West Indies. This time it's into the air. And did that get some back there? Doesn't look so. Just all pad in that. Just playing right across the line of a googly.
Well, he spotted the googly early enough and shot moving down the leg side.
Oh, a misfield there at a backward point by Justin Graves, who doesn't seem to be having a good day. Allows Jacques Ali to get through for a single. It's getting a bit dark here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, but the sun looking to peek out again.
Look like Saif isn't feeling 100%. You see the physio is back out in the middle, attending to him.
Maybe a bit dehydrated. The heat. It's quite hot, you know, Greg. The sun has been good to the cricket. And Michael Rupwa has told me that he doesn't seem to be, you know, too likable with the sun, Greg. And some areas of my skin peeling a bit with the sun.
Looks like Atten has been introduced into the attack.
So we're going to see spin from the other end now, the Kaimaji end, Greg.
Yes, young Atten is.
Yes, Athanaze had one over in this game already, and he would have conceded just one run. The part-time Alec Athanaze, the Dominican, starts well. Josh Silva looking to purchase a wicket. Time punched beautifully off the back foot from Xhaka, and he will get 2. He moves on to 33. The score 248 for 5, just about approaching 250. Very slow from Athanaze. Well bowled. Coming around the wicket to the right-handed Jacques Ali. It's a good delivery there to Ali. Keeping it tight here at Atenes. Just 2 minutes to the hour of 12 p.m. And hence I say 2 minutes to the hour of that luncheon interval as Atenes completes his over. And they could just get in one more here from Karaya. It is 248 for 5.
Yes, Bangladesh continuing to bat resolutely with the luncheon interval just round the corner. I'm certain that both batsmen, I certainly will be on that clock, having done all the hard work. Certainly will not be the time to give away once a wicket. Significant milestone again is quickly approaching 250 runs. So they perhaps would want to go to lunch, get into that figure and 100-run partnership between the two.
Brilliant partnership. 61 contributed by Saif Hassan, 33 by Jacques Alianik. And just coming up 185 deliveries, fitting the situation well, playing it well. As Karaya continues. 2 straight that line, and Hassan will get 1. 249 for 5. Rain was scheduled to, come around a bit around 11 a.m. and maybe, it's here a bit late. The dark cloud just hovering. Doesn't look to be a threat at the moment, Greg.
Yes, certainly it's not raining here, but it's raining in the distance in your favorite area.
And what area is that, Greg?
The Bois area.
Anik has really developed confidence since being there for such a long period, and he's been working his way through this innings nicely. Batting for long, runs coming, edging, and he's gone! Karaya strikes! And speaking about Karaya making that breakthrough, pitching that one up, turning outside the off stump, and that man Anik, I was just speaking about him working his way through the innings. He was pushing at that delivery, and a good catch taken at slip.
Yes, good delivery, pitching in the right area. Anik had to play at this one. Ball spun, got the outer edge, and good catch taken by Atenes at slip. Again, I was asking for the introduction of Yannick Karaya much early in the innings, and we only see him being brought in just for 3 overs, and he got the breakthrough.
Yes, definitely so. Greg Wilson calls it, and that was the wicket. That was the man that has brought the wicket to the West Indies A. And with that wicket, lunch has been taken here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground situation. Bangladesh, they are 249 for a loss of 6 at the moment, and the top run scorer for them, who has stood out nicely, Saif Hassan, the man from Dhaka. He is 116 of 295 deliveries. Second top scorer, that's Jacques Alianik with 33. He's just fell to Yannick Karaya, and Shadman Islam, he had 25. So Karaya getting his first of the innings. Colin Archibald having 3 as well. Anderson Phillip 1, Marquino Mindley 1 to his name as well. And that's how we sign out here for the lunch period. And we will be back in about 45 minutes time or so for continued action here in the second test match, an unofficial one between Bangladesh A and West Indies A. Well, good afternoon, and we're getting set for the action after the luncheon interval here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground on day 3 of the second unofficial test match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. And prior to the luncheon interval, a wicket, of course, would have fell, that of Jaka Alianik, who was caught at slip by Alec Atanes of the bowling of Yannick Karaya. And he's going to be continuing. He still has 4 deliveries to go, actually 3 deliveries to go in the over. And we'll have to see who's the new batsman coming out. So it's number 9. That seems to be Naeem Hassan, who has come out to the middle. Naeem Hassan is going to be facing up to Karaya. 2 deliveries to go in the over, 2 slips in position. And Hassan is opening up. So I'd like to see Karaya use a googly here as I welcome back into the commentary box Greg Wilson. How was lunch, Greg?
Well, we had a beautiful lunch. Very good indeed.
Too short there from Karai. It's pulled away forcefully. There is protection. And Chandapal had to get out of the way in a flash. After that one, Hassan is off the mark. The over comes to an end. And it's 250 up now for the Bangladesh A team. It's 250 for 6.
Yes, a good milestone there for Bangladesh. Getting to 250. And a good over there by Yannick Karaya. Seeing him getting the wicket of Shaka Ali. Perhaps was introduced a bit late into the attack, but certainly was able to get the solitary wicket to have fallen for the interval. But a good breakthrough nevertheless, because Ali and Hassan, they look very well, put on well over 100-run partnership.
Yeah, just above 100 partnership there between Ali and Hassan. That's Saif Hassan. So now 2 Hassans out there. That's Saif and Naeem. Naeem Hassan, who has just come to the wicket. He is from Chittagong in Bangladesh. And he is going to be taking strike now to Anderson Phillip, who is getting things underway. And just take a longer time to get things underway as he holds his run up. Doesn't seem to have felt right there for Phillip. And normally, Greg, you ask a bowler to pull out when it's not feeling right.
Yes, because if it's not feeling right, it may result in one of 2 things. Either you overstep, or sometimes bowl a nice juicy half volley or full toss for the batsman.
So Anderson Phillip normally does this. The Bozo's delivery is just short of a good length and just outside the off stump. And Hassan, who's new to the crease, with 2 slips in position, I think, want to get that ball up there. Get Hassan playing. That's Naeem. Too wide, too short. That's been more like what we've seen all innings long from the West Indies.
Yes, again, just wasting those deliveries. This is a fairly new batter. He has only faced just 4 deliveries out in the middle, and one would have expected the bowlers, Anderson Phillip in particular, to be bowling more at him, get him to be to be playing much earlier than that. Cannot allow the batsman to just shoulder in arms. Eventually, he's gonna stay out there and build his confidence, and it may be difficult to get him out sooner or later. That's much better.
Very much so. Coming back in a bit to Naeem Hassan, and that's where you want to be. Want to be a bit fuller though, if I'm Anderson Phillip. It's good to see the weather holding up. No rain. Blue skies, gentle breeze, and the sun is out in its glory. Grossy street party tonight, Greg?
Well, I'm hoping you would experience that and tell me what it's like tomorrow.
Well, may just be going down there this evening. Well, weatherman Michael Rupwa is saying that there is rain this afternoon, so we may just not be going if there's rain. On the hips, no run. "22-year-old Naeem Hassan, of course, would have shot into the limelight in early 2018 after he was picked for the Bangladesh Test squad to play Sri Lanka. And at the time of his call-up, he would have been playing in the Under-19 World Cup in New Zealand. And the tall-off spinner, about him, he was in line to be Bangladesh's first Test cricketer to have born in the new millennium, and at the end of 110 overs, it is 250 for the loss of 6.
Yes, made an over there by Anderson Phillip after the luncheon interval. So one would hope that we're going to see a more consistent line from Phillip and not those deliveries that are not going to be troubling the batsman. And more so with a set Saif Hassan out in the middle, 116. Really need to see if they could see the back of him very early after the luncheon interval.
Correa would look to be the man to continue to pick up wickets here. He's caused some problems yesterday. He's come in, pick up that wicket of Jacques Ali, and the first over this morning wasn't the best, conceding 11 runs in it. But of course, coming back well, he's now settled in the leg spinner. He's showing good variation as well. He's shown the googly that he has had. He's caused some problems with that. He had a couple appeals yesterday when the batsman was struck on the pad, and he's also not afraid to flight the ball, push the ball through when needed, so that's good from the leg spinner. There he is flighting, and we'll get one is Saif Hassan. So Naeem Hassan will have his first look at the leg spinner Correa. Bounce on offer. And just a bit too wide to lure Hassan into the strike. That's Naeem.
With a new batter on strike, I would want to think that perhaps the captain could be a little more attacking, maybe a second slip or a gully.
Or just maybe a silly point as well. This one played back down the ground. Fielder comes around. That's Salazano from mid-on. And only one. The end of the over. 2-5-2 for 6.
That's another over completed there by Karaya. A little short on this occasion. We didn't see too many deliveries where he really brought the batsman on the front foot, especially Saif Hassan, who tends to look a bit vulnerable when he plays on the front foot. And yesterday we saw Karaya getting the outside edge of Saif, and the ball evaded the man at the first slip. So that was one of the rare opportunities that was on offer yesterday by Saif.
Naeem is taller than Saif Hassan. So it's going to take a lot from these bowlers to bowl short to Naeem Hassan, as this one is worked through the offside for 2.
So 2 easy runs there for Naeem. Just guiding this one between the man and the white gully. Picking up 2 easy runs. So again, Philip just giving just a little too much room outside the stump. Needs to bowl perhaps a little straighter. Attack those stumps. He's a new batsman at the crease.
Like that, edging, and De Silva pouches a simple catch. He had 2 bites at the cherry, and in the end, he takes the catch. So Naeem Hassan has to go for 4. And speaking about bowling closer, there was Philip doing that. He finds the outside edge.
Yes, just what I was talking about in terms of getting closer to the batsman, because he's a new batter. Chances are he's going to be pushing at the ball, and a lower batsman at that. The top order batsman may be more inclined to know where his off stump is and allow the ball to go through. But the lower to middle order batters, especially the lower order batters, they tend to prod at those deliveries just outside what we would call the 4th or 5th stump line. And there we saw Anderson Phillips on this occasion just pitching one up, and Naeem pushing forward and getting the outside edge, and a bit of juggling at the slip there for the captain, but nevertheless he was able to hold on to it. So good breakthrough, early breakthrough after the luncheon interval.
Yeah, definitely so. Good bowling there by Anderson Phillip. 254 for the loss of 7 now. And Phillip bearing fruit here for the West Indies A team. Number 20, the batsman coming out to the middle. And that's Mritunjoy Chowdhury. He's going to play his first delivery of this entire series. Mritunjoy Chowdhury, left-handed batsman. Known for his bowling, Mritunjoy Chowdhury, Muhammad Mritunjoy Chowdhury Nipun from Shatkhira in Bangladesh. Philip coming around the wicket immediately to the left-hander, and it's left alone into the hands of Imlak. So just been given some news here, Michael Rupwa, is that the PAL Royals team in the CSC's new T20 league have announced their first 4 signings, and one of their first 4 signings is Obed McCoy. Obed McCoy finds his way into the CSC's T20 league. Joss Butler, Obed McCoy, David Miller, and Corbin Bosch. Those are the guys who are in there. This time he's driving uppishly. Takes the outside edge, past that left hand of the gully fielder, and it runs away for 4. So Mritun Joy Chowdhury brings some joy to his series as he gets off and running.
Yes, good way to get off the mark. But I'm very pleased with that line of attack by Anderson Phillip, breaking really on the drive and was not in full control of the shot. The ball basically peel off the outer edge. So this should encourage Anderson Phillip to pitch up the ball a little more in that area and continue to encourage the batsman to drive.
Definitely. So here is Phillip again. How will he respond? And he responds with a short delivery. You could have assumed that since yesterday, that he would have served him that short delivery after being struck for 4.
Typical fast bowler's response. You give him a good spanking, next ball, like they would say, some chin music.
Ooh, this one coming back in a lot after it passed the batsman.
Yes, sir. Good bit of movement there. Still being generated by Anderson Phillip. But the end of a successful over, an over in which we saw the dismissal of Naeem, and Phillip now completing some 23 overs and 2 for 56. So certainly with 7 wickets down, the West Indies would want to wrap up this inning as quickly as possible, perhaps before the tea interval.
Yes, certainly they would want to do that, and they would want to get into their batting. And news coming out of the CSA T20 League again, that draft, is that RPSG Durban have also announced their first 5 signings as Karaya continues, and it's played out into the offside, no run, and those 5 signings see 2 West Indians in that, Jason Holder and Kyle Mayers up there, alongside Quinton de Kock and Reece Topley and Prinalan Sobran. So that's the signings for the RPSG Durban team thus far. This one just whipped down to Lawn, gets one. Score climbing, Greg, as we speak.
259. So certainly they would want to get at least 300.
Good bowling, good tight bowling by the leg spinner. Mritun Joy didn't know nothing about that one there. You need to be a bit watchful here, Mritun Joy Chowdhury. Presenting the full face of the bat, yes, towards that one.
Yes, lovely batting indeed. Just caressing this one to the man at the mid-off region.
It's a googly, absolutely brilliant from Yannick Karaya.
Yes, beautifully bowled indeed. Good flight. Nice trajectory. The ball pitching and just spinning across the left-hand batsman. Certainly pitch of a delivery.
Yes, and Karaya would have said hello and welcome to Mrityunjoy. This one coming back in. He's cutting this one powerfully for 4 runs. What an answer from Mrityunjoy Chaudhary.
Yes, certainly. Karaya on this occasion just a little too short outside the off stump, giving the batsman room to really free his arms. And once the ball had gone past the fielders in the inner circle, it had 4 written all over it. So good end to the over there for Bangladesh. They now moved on to 263. So good positive batting there.
Sure, you know, he would have been sent out there with that message by his coach Mizanur Babul Rahman. Go out there and play positive cricket. You have a good score on the board already. 263 now for 7. You have a batsman that's set, that's Saif Hassan. Just go out there and express yourself, not, you know, too expansive, Greg, but at the same time play freely.
Yes, because there's already a platform set and still good batting condition. So why not?
Difficult for a fielding team when there are these delays and you're in the field for such a long period. The sun bursting down on you as well. That adds to the pressure. Mrityunjoy with a lovely shot through the offside. That's 4.
Yes, over pitch delivery on this occasion outside the off stump, just leaned into this one. Just had to beat Karaya in the cover region and got 4 valuable runs there. It's a good attractive shot there by Joy. It looked like he's pretty much prepared to play the shot once it's on offer.
Yeah, Joy seems to be enjoying himself at the moment. All there in the middle. And Anderson Phillip seems to have an issue with his left boot. So he's looking to get that out of the way and get back up and running. Maybe it's an excuse for being struck for 4.
Might very well be, but certainly what do you think the follow-up delivery would be?
Well, I think it's an obvious answer, and it's going to be a short delivery. We'll have to wait and see.
Certainly some chin music. Well, that has been the pattern so far. Anytime the fast bowlers have been struck for boundaries, the follow-up delivery is always a short, fiery one.
Ooh, coming back in, jagging back off a length there. Mrityunjoy would have expected that one to go past him. At the very last moment, he had to get his bat down.
Yes, good deliveries, cutting back sharply. But perhaps the height would have been an issue there. So for the first time, we could safely see that the fast bowlers did not follow up after being spun to the boundary with a short pitch delivery.
Surprisingly. And Jeremy Salazano there having a word with the photographer who is here at the ground. This time driven sweetly again. Squarer this time. Minley getting into the action, and only one to enjoy. He moves on to 13. Short, back of a length, and Sam gets in behind it. Too wide this time, as the over has been completed by Anderson Phillip, who's still not happy with that left boot of his. It's 269 for 7.
Yes, sir. Another productive over there for Bangladesh. Some 6 runs coming off the over. Yes, Anderson seems to be having some problems with the boot, and this is the second time in the over we're seeing him addressing whatever issues that he's having. But Mrityunjay Chowdhury has looked very positive from the time he has come out to the crease. Some 14 runs already of just 11 deliveries.
And he has been, a bit watchful to Karai in the last over, who has bowled well, and Karai bowling a couple googlies in that over, and then dropping one short, and he was cut away for 4. Bang on target there is Karai, and coming up in about 1 hour and 20 minutes time, it's going to be the West Indies team, senior team, taking on New Zealand in that second T20 International in Kingston, Jamaica at Sabina Park, and that's going to be an interesting contest over there in Jamaica. Down the leg side, turned away. Atenese, the one giving chase, and they will get two buys.
Karai just a little loose on this occasion, pitching about middle and leg and continuing to head down the leg side.
Too close to, really play the cut shot. So he had to just punch that one straight to cover. Time he's driving hard, and he finds Archibald, who is patrolling that cover region.
Yeah, Karai need to just pull back the length, just back a bit, a little too full on the drive. Luckily for him, the ball went straight to Archibald.
This time he's looking to cut, and again too close. And gives a take to Imlak. And you can see Mrityunjoy not too happy with his choice of shot there, or the manner in which he's played it. Turned around the corner nicely, forward of square leg that is, and gets one. So the end of 115 overs, it's 271 for loss of 7.
Yes, on this occasion, quite a few deliveries. Correa perhaps a little too full. The batsman, Mrityunjoy, was able to drive a little too freely. So he needs to pull back the length slightly a bit. And even to the left hand on this occasion, we did not see the attempted googly, which he has really troubled him with.
The silver is going to stick with Anderson Phillip from the Kaimaje end. 119 to Saif Hassan, well actually 14 to Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. Phillip is going to operate to angle the ball into the left-hander, so he's going to come around the wicket. And he's looking to come around the wicket and angle the ball in, but he's still too wide.
Yes, much too wide of the wicket. And Mrityunjoy Chowdhury just allowed this one to go through to the keeper, Amla. So it certainly needs to be much closer. Chowdhury has just been out there for just 18 deliveries. So you need to have him playing as much as possible.
Just back of a length, he's playing there, but I think just a bit fuller. But you cannot afford to be too full to Mrityunjoy Chowdhury, who seems to enjoy playing those full pitch deliveries. At the moment in Florida, the USA team are doing the champion dance because they have just taken the series 3-1 against the West Indies Women's Under-19 team as they complete a comprehensive victory in the fourth T20 International of the series. Mrityunjoy is letting that one go, and Greg, where is the rain? It's not here. Do you know where it is?
Well, certainly it has gone, and it has given us a chance to enjoy some beautiful cricket.
Thankfully.
And Michael should be happy that this evening he can get a chance to go to Grosley because there's no rain in the forecast.
He's still saying the rain will be here, so we'll have to wait and see what's happening, Greg. Pulled into the hands of the fielder who takes a good catch. The trap was set. Kati was there at forward square leg, and he holds on. So Phillip strikes again. He picks up his third, and Mrityunjoy has to go for 14.
Well, Mitten has brought some joy to Anderson Phillip. Hitting this one straight into the hands of Kati. And yes, the short ball ploy finally has worked, if one would say, because this is about the only wicket out of the 8 dismissals that we've had so far in this innings that has fallen to a short pitch delivery.
So that's what I was saying, you know, Mrityunjoy looked capable with those full pitch deliveries. He was driving some expansively. and he didn't, get hold of that short pitch delivery that well from Anderson Phillip. So it's now 272 for the loss of 8. Have to see who is the new batsman coming out there to the middle. Number 10, it's Tanvir Islam who is going to take strike. And he's facing up to Anderson Phillip, who has 3 wickets to his name. That's a good one, a good delivery. Coming back in there. So Tanvir Islam just needs to be careful here with Anderson Phillip on a roll. The man from Barishal. Tanvir Islam played for the Kamila Victorians, Kulna Tigers, Fortune Barishal, Kilagar Samaj Kalyan Samiti, and Barishal Division. Here's Phillip with his final delivery of the over, and it ends a good over. A good, fruitful over for the West Indies A team there, Greg. It's 272 for 8.
Yes, certainly. A good breakthrough there by Anderson Phillip, getting the wicket of Mitten Joy. Short delivery, looking to pull this one into the onside, but only finding the safe hands of Kati, who took a very smart catch. The ball did travel to him at a great pace. So with 8 wickets down, West is really looking to wrap up the inning perhaps as quickly as possible. And now we're going to see Hassan perhaps change gear, losing the partners at the other end.
Well, we could very well see that. We'd have to wait and see what happens. Ooh, that one, he played right across the line of it there, Greg. Had he missed that, that could have been problematic for him.
Yes. Certainly went across the line.
Bat and pad close together there from Saif Hassan, who continues to bat and bat along.
Yes, he's some 306 deliveries so far.
Well, he has not taken a single there, Greg.
So clearly he's looking to shepherd the lower order batters.
Well, I'm not seeing the intent to go big or score quick runs. I'm just seeing him just being careful here against Karaya. He still doesn't take the single. Maybe not trusting Tanvir Islam to bat against Karaya, who's spinning the ball a bit as well. Now he takes a single.
Karaya could have fielded the ball, but allowed the ball to go through, and now he would have 2 deliveries to bowl at Islam.
This is going to be interesting. How does Tanvir Islam play Yannick Karaya? And the manner in which Saif Hassan was operating earlier, he was hiding Tanvir Islam from the strike. He's now been giving him the confidence. Well, he's been now developed the confidence to give him strike. So let's see how he fancies himself against the leg spinner. This could be interesting, Greg.
Yes, very much so.
And the Silva going into leg slip as a full slip in position and a short leg.
So it's nice to see that the captain is giving Karaya the sort of support that is required. And why not? You're down into the lower the batters already.
Googly, and on the back foot was Tanvir Islam. Plays it well down to Salazano at the end of the over. It's 273 for the loss of 8.
So clearly Hassan, from what we saw early on, where a single was an offer and he declined, so it looks like he's pretty much going to allow Islam to face as few deliveries as possible in the over, perhaps 1 or 2, because we saw him face some 4 deliveries, then took the single, and Islam came in and faced the remaining 2.
Well,
so this is something that the captain certainly would have to be very mindful of and see if he could get a full over ball at Islam.
Well, that was good old Greg Wilson's house there to the top of the mountains.
Oh, not yet, sir.
After this delivery, I'll ask Greg, how do those people get up there to that house?
Well, from here they would be using the Moshi Road. So there's the road coming into the Kaimanji area that goes to another community to the back of the hill there, what they call Moshi, and they would be accessing those houses at the top for this area.
So they'll be accessing it from the western end?
Yes, but not these over here. It's over those way on the hill, yeah. So you have the Deramo area on the other side. So there are some roads that will be coming in this direction.
It's Philip. Oh, that's a short delivery that didn't get up as quickly and could have easily gone on to the stumps.
Yes, good delivery, short delivery, and close to the batter. He did well to evade this one at the last moment. So good aggressive bowling by Anderson Phillips still.
And getting those 2 wickets late here for Philip would have lifted his confidence a bit. So he would be on a roll here, Anderson Philip. He would be serving up some good deliveries. Well, he would assume. Like that. That's fairly okay. Let's need to be a bit closer. And some of the houses to the western end of the hills.
Yes, there are still plenty of space where you could acquire a lot and build your dream house in St. Lucia.
And that's the hill that Greg was speaking about, and to the right of your picture is where those persons would be accessing the houses right atop the hills from. Good delivery again there from Philip that he couldn't hold on to there, Saif Hassan. And there are some of the houses, Greg, right atop of those hills.
Yes, some beautiful houses up at the top. Certainly some of the more affluent persons would be living in there.
Hence I say Greg Wilson has those up there.
Not yet, I think you were wrongly informed.
Maybe it's Ryan's house up there. I think I was mistaken. Good afternoon to Ryan.
Yes, good afternoon, Ryan O'Brien. Should be following the proceedings here today.
A ring of fielders on the offside. No slip, but a gully is there, backward point. Cover point, and this time Saif Hassan goes big, and he goes handsome. That's 6.
Yes, good shot there by Hassan. Phillips coming in, really giving him the charge, and ball outside the off stump and really freeing his arms. And it went all the way over the long off region for 6. So certainly he has signaled his intention that he is going to be resolute in defense, but occasionally it looks like he's prepared to take the charge to the bowlers.
Well, this is the second to last delivery of the 118 to but Tanvir Islam is on the non-striker's end. I'll like to see what Saif Hassan does here. And he forces this one through the offside for 4. Consecutive boundaries, a 6 and a 4 on consecutive deliveries here from Saif Hassan. And he is upping the ante here now, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly he has shown that he has switched gears. On the last 2 deliveries, he's been severe on Anderson Phillip. And again, we see Anderson Phillip, after getting a spanking, has an issue with the shoes. So, seems to be that there's something wrong with his footing. That's why he's bowling those loose deliveries.
Well, just maybe. And I think he's just doing that to show his captain, hey Josh, this is me. My boot is giving me some problems. It's not my bowling, but the shoe is affecting me from bowling the deliveries that are good. But at the end of the over, Greg, it's 283 for 8, and Tanvir Islam is going to be facing up to Yannick Karaya.
Yes, so Karaya should be pretty happy in the sense that he has a whole over to bowl to Islam. So he certainly has enough time to perhaps set the batsman up and should not allow him to get off strike too early if he has to.
Karaya with a stifled appeal as though Islam was edging. That's not the case.
And Hassan immediately has gone down the track to what a word of advice to Islam.
Maybe Karaya could look to flight these deliveries and see what Tanvir Islam wants to do. Would he take the bait? A bit too short there, gives him time to spot what the delivery is doing.
But with a short leg and a slip, I think the intention should be to try to bring him forward as much as possible.
Googly this time from Karaya. And well played there by Islam. He will be telling his senior batsman Saif that he read that one.
Again, this one was perhaps a little too full.
Yeah. Googly again, but poorly lined.
So, Karaya certainly has not bowled the best of overs, especially to the low order batter Tanvir Islam. We have not seen any delivery really go past the bat as yet.
And finishes all the same. as the over comes to an end. It's 283 for 8. A maiden one by Yannick Karaya, and I thought that he should have been a bit more attacked.
Yes, not the sort of over one would have wanted to see Karaya bowl into the lower order batsman Tanvir Islam. Certainly, he never troubled the batsman in that last over at all. Too many of those deliveries were over-pitched deliveries, and Islam really, at this point, looked like he's more in a defensive mode.
Makino Minley is going to replace Anderson Phillip from the far end as Phillip completes his spell 3 for 72, and Minley has bowled 23 overs, 1 for 61. He starts well there, Makino Minley. Hassan looking to run that one down to third man, and there was not much pace on offer. Mindley hailing all the way from Jamaica, where that T20 is taking place in a short while. Played away there nicely, but he still doesn't take the run, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly he's looking to protect Tanvir Islam. Does not want to expose him to the bowling of Makino Minley, at least not this early in the over. Perhaps, if anything, the final delivery might allow him to face so
short.
Good delivery, that.
Zesty bowling there from Makino Minley. Having a word with the skipper there, Makino Minley. And they have now decided to make a field change. The fielder who was sweeping on the offside and the boundary has now come in. And as they did that, here's a slash from Saif Hassan to get one. So Islam will still have a delivery or two to face here to Makino Minley.
So certainly what we're seeing now is that Saif Hassan is pretty much prepared to face at least 4 deliveries and allow Islam to face just 2 of the faster bowlers.
Plays him well. Plays him very well. As the over comes to an end, it's 283 for 8.
So Bangladesh edging now closer to that 300 mark. Some 16 more runs required. And it would be a good milestone achieved by the team if they could get to 300 runs.
Yes, definitely so. That house there, Greg, I know you were speaking about that house a bit earlier in the match.
Yes, certainly this would have been the first of those houses you would see on the hillside there when this field was constructed back in 2002. So much so that there was a camera placed somewhere at the top.
This time he's not taking the single again. So he's not trusting Tanvir Islam that much. This time again, Saif Hassan is driving hard, but he plays it down to Mindley. No run again. Loud appeal for leg before, and umpire Tuckett says no.
So the googly there. Saif Hassan did not pick this one, but looked like he was struck outside the off stump. Just outside the off stump. Height also may have been a factor.
Yes, so umpire Tuckett, the man in position to make the decision, and Karan seemed a bit unhappy, but to be fair, it was a good decision there by umpire Tuckett. Guiding this one past slip. This could run away for 4, but Graves comes around and they get 2.
So Saif Hassan continuing to bat beautifully out there. On this occasion, just staring this one past the man at slip. And picking up 2 easy runs. So with 4 deliveries bowled so far, we see a few field changes been done. I'm certain all in the hope to keep Saif on strike for the next 2 deliveries.
He could look to take on Karai here. He doesn't, and he plays it well, but you would assume that he's going to be looking for the single.
Yes, because he has been shilling Tanvir Islam for the last 3 overs. We have seen clear indication that he does not want to expose him to a full over. Now we see long on, long off. They have been brought in a little closer to restrict the single.
Time it's into the air, and it will fall into no man's land and could run away. It won't. So Lozano gets in the way, and in the end they get the single. So Saif Hassan, he does the right thing, and he will hold strike for the next over.
Yes, certainly will hold strike. Very last delivery. Looked for a full shot, ball shot by Karaya. But the ball, one would say, got big on him, and he really was not in the right position to dispatch the ball. But fortunate enough for him, the man was just brought in from the long on position, and he was able to get 2 easy runs. So 1 run, sorry.
Yeah, 1 to earn strike for this over. And Minley is the bowler that's going to continue. Saif Hassan on 134 has a highest first class score of 202 not out. 220 not out, that is. Saif Hassan, highest first class score 220 not out.
So certainly this is a man who has an appetite for batting.
Definitely so. And he can hit the ball miles as well. He's shown that. Remember, he would have started his cricketing career in Saudi Arabia before returning home to Dhaka. Looking for two, chance for run out. And I think that ball was thrown to the wrong end.
Yes, certainly should have been to the keeper. Saif Hassan looked like he was struggling a bit coming back.
And he would have been nowhere close to home. Not because he's in the West Indies and home is in Bangladesh, but he would have been nowhere home there, Greg.
Yes, so perhaps wrong choice of end by the fielder.
This time he's opening the face of the bat and guiding that one over the slip cordon for 4 runs. Beautiful shot.
Yes, well executed there by Saif Hassan. Mainly on this occasion, just pitching this one short and wide and just giving the batsman enough time to just guide the ball over the slip, the solitary slip, down to the vacant footman boundary for 4. So certainly good intelligent batting there by Saif Hassan.
Grown in confidence, grown in stature. Here, Saif Hassan. But he's going to give strike now to Tanvir Islam, the 2 final deliveries of this over.
Well, this is where the proceeding is going to be a bit challenging for Captain George De Silva. It's really a balancing act to get the fielders in the right position to stop the single, but at the same time, you do not want to be giving up the boundaries.
Playing on the back foot. No run, so Tanvir Islam at the moment doing what is required. Michael Rupwa looking above the hills. He's still searching for rain, Greg. I'm not too sure where he will be finding that. Solid as a rock there from Tanvir Islam. Saif, why are you not trusting Islam at the end of the over? It's 294 for 8.
At the end of the over, I actually saw Saif Hassan actually applauding Tanvir Islam for his ability to defend the final delivery. So clearly he's pleased with the effort of Tanvir Islam.
Yeah, he will be. It's 141 to Saif Hassan. Jaha Alianik, he's on 30. Well, he had 33. Shadman Islam had 25. Those were the 3 top scorers for the Bangladesh A team. Bangladesh A batting first in this contest, the second unofficial test match between both teams. 294 for 8. Anderson Phillip, the pick of the bowlers thus far. 3 for 72. Colin Archibald, 3 for 45. Makino Mindley, 1 for 69. And Yannick Karaya has 1 as well. So it's drinks here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so for the action. It's action after the drinks break, after the first hour of play, after lunch here in Grossy Lay. Lovely Grossy Lay in Lucia. And it's Yannick Karaya who is going to continue from the media centre end, the northern end of the ground here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Karaya will be bowling to Saif Hassan, who is on 141 at the moment. Greg Wilson is back alongside me. Good afternoon, Greg, again.
Yes, good afternoon.
Karaya flighting and that ball spinning just a bit. It's getting the ball to drift a touch as well with the wind. No run. Loud call of no run there from Saif Hassan. One slip, that's Athanaze, who has held that position for the entire series thus far. Back and across and playing back to the bowler. Short down the leg side, and I think Saif Hassan there, Greg, would have missed out.
Yes, certainly missed out on a delivery just heading down the leg side. He really opened up, but just couldn't get back to ball. And now we see the changing in the field. Maybe just what, 2 more deliveries to go in the over?
Yeah, just about 2 deliveries to go. 3 actually, and well, now 2. And you see Karaya and De Silva, they were chatting prior to that delivery as to whether they should have brought in the field. And De Silva was telling Karaya that he should have waited. Oh, that's a good delivery to finish the over. And that's why they were asking if they should have brought in the field, Greg. But at the end of the over, Tanvir Islam is going to be on strike for the next one, facing up to Mindley. So at the end of it, it's 294 for 8.
Yes, Mindley should be quite pleased that he has a whole over now to bowl at Tanvir Islam. Yes, the score really inching closer to that 300 landmark, and Saif Hassan continues to play beautifully out there. He too is also inching closer to another landmark of 150 runs.
He's 9 runs short, and there is going to be a change in the bowling. I don't think Mindley is going to continue. Maybe Mindley would come and replace Karaya from this end. I'm thinking that. And it's going to be Archibald from the Kaimaje end.
Yes, Archibald have taken some free wickets already, with one to add another scalp to his tally. And with Tanvir Islam having faced some 14 deliveries already and yet to get off the mark.
Different challenge for the lower batsman. Left arm seamer. Don't know how much of that he would have faced in his time in his career thus far. And too wide, and Islam would welcome that.
Yes, he would be more than happy to face up to those sort of deliveries, because he really does not have to play at it. Just allow it to go through to the keeper. So Archibald certainly need to capitalize on the opportunity that he has now to bowl 6 deliveries at Tanveer Islam. He has been protected for the longest while.
Down the leg side, but Solozano is there.
I don't know if you just realized what happened. That Hassan actually fist pumped Islam while they were crossing, just to indicate to him that job well done.
Yeah, it's a job well done, but I think he was well assisted by Archibald, who just bowled a delivery on the line of the leg stump that was easily worked along the onside.
Again, we have a lower order batter, and you have one of your more recognized fast bowler, well, one of the more successful one would have expected him to be able to come and bowl a tight line of length.
And again, you can see there, still, it's this late in the innings of Saif Hassan, and he's still not moving that feet as much.
So clearly, you could see Saif's deficiency when it comes to his batting, and the line of attack to him has been wide outside the off stump rather than looking to bring him on the front foot as often as possible.
Archibald into Hassan, down the leg side, flicked away. Karaya is getting in, picks it up with the right hand to whip it in to the gloves of Imlak, and 1. So Islam is back on strike.
So Archibald still has some 2 deliveries to bowl at Islam, and certainly a chance to pick up his 4th wicket, but he certainly needs to be bowling in the right areas.
2 slips for Tanveer Islam, and Colin Archibald is bowling to him. Archibald will be moving the ball away from the left-hander. Just like that. That's an excellent delivery.
Yes, excellent delivery indeed. He had to play at this one.
And some would say that if it was a top order batsman, maybe he would have touched that.
Yes, we've often heard that saying. A better batsman would have gotten a nick. But good deliveries, and we're not seeing this sort of deliveries bowled on a consistent basis. You get one this over, and it may take you another 3-4 overs again before one is delivered in those right areas.
Playing it late there, Islam. As the over comes to an end, it's 296 for the loss of 8.
So Bangladesh basically playing a game of cat and mouse with the West Indies team at this point, especially Saif Hassan certainly chooses which one he would be taking a run on and how many deliveries he wants Tanveer Islam to face. So it's a question where the West Indies captain also has to put on his thinking cap as well.
Needs to do that, Joshua Silva. He needs to make these 2 changes here now in order to get these wickets, and whatever changes that may be, it's going to be a test for him. But he's stuck with Karaya, who's been bowling well, to be fair to him. but he has been a bit too full in the last couple of overs. And this time he has been driven out to extra cover, and the single has not been taken.
So clearly, Saif Hassan does not want Islam to face too many deliveries of Yannick Karaya in an over.
The googly was well waited on. Getting 2 again this time. The last over we saw 2 as well. And that was welcomed because it brings back Saif Hassan on the strike.
So Saif is certainly manipulating the strike at this point in time. Chooses which delivery that is struck in the outfield that is going to run. Certainly once 2 runs on offer, he's going to scamper for those 2 runs to ensure that he's back on strike.
You take the single now. So Tanvir Islam is going to have 3 overs, well 3 deliveries to face.
And Yannick Karaya needs to make good use of those 3 deliveries.
It's about 2 p.m. here in the afternoon in Grosile, St. Lucia. Beautiful Grosile. And here in Beausejour, to be precise. Sharp turn there from Karaya. Hands on knees this time.
Yes, Islam playing back to one that came back sharply at him.
It's a good delivery, quicker through the air. And Tanvir Sam was on his back foot. $2.99 for the loss of 8. Bangladesh A. Tomorrow being the final day of this contest. Googly, but again too full, giving it time to turn to beat the batsman. So 125 overs bowled. It's 299 for the loss of 8.
Yes, the Bangladesh continuing to play smart cricket, especially Saif Hassan really out there manipulating the strike. There's determining how many balls that Tanvir Islam would be allowed to face, and in the process getting closer to their milestone, and also closer to Hassan's another milestone, that is one of 150 runs, just 5 runs away.
Not too sure if we're going to see a declaration or if they're going to bat out. Maybe if they bat through till T, Greg, we could very well see a declaration.
Yes, there's a distinct possibility. By then, Hassan would have gotten past 150 runs, and Bangladesh would have gotten past 300 runs.
Archibald with ball in hand, guiding. Doesn't take a single again, and just heading over to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where Trinidad and Tobago at the moment taking on Guyana in the CWI Rising Stars Boys Under 19 Championships 2022. Trinidad and Tobago chasing 194 for victory on the final day of that game. They are 100 for 5 at the moment. Mavindra Dindyal has 1 for 3. And Orlando James, he's just come to the crease after the fall of the wicket of Rajiv Ramnath, the captain of the Under 19 Trinidad team, as this is a rip snorter of a delivery back at the DSCG from Colin Archibald. So Trinidad in some trouble there, Greg.
Yes, Trinidad some 5 wickets down already. They would need a partnership somewhere to rescue them if they are to get anywhere close to overhauling that total.
Two guys out there who can really bat, two good all-rounders, Andrew Rambaran and Orlando James from Tobago. Of course, you would have known about Joshua James. Again, Archibald Short. Say good afternoon to everyone out there in Bangladesh listening on to the coverage. Oh, that's a superb delivery there, Greg. Right up into the black hole.
Yeah. Yes, good Yokalem delivery. But Saif has been out there long enough to be able to negotiate that Yokalem delivery. Dug it out beautifully and in the process got himself a run. So now Tanvir Islam is on strike and just giving him the luxury of just one ball to have to deal with.
And with that single as well, the 300 comes up for the Bangladesh A team, and I think they would really welcome that 300. The first time a team went up to 300 in this series, of course. So, a brilliant effort thus far by the Bangladeshis.
Yes, good effort indeed by Bangladesh. And thanks largely to the knockoff side, Hassan, who's scored almost half of the runs.
Another short delivery. And not interested there is Tanvir Islam. And at the moment, in St. Vincent, Trinidad and Tobago continues to lose wickets. Andrew Rambaran, he has just been dismissed. They are now 100 for 6. Guyana, they are looking to get towards victory quickly.
Yes, certainly. Trinidad perhaps has no answer to the Guyanese bowling. So right here, the end of this over. Some 1 run coming off the over. Again, Saif Hassan really controlling things out in the middle. It's protecting Tanvir Islam when necessary. And these two are continuing to frustrate the efforts of the West Indies team out in the middle.
Definitely so. And 300 for 8 at the end of 126. And just about 35 minutes, 38 minutes or so to go again until that tea interval. And as I said, and as Greg would have acknowledged, just maybe if the Bangladesh team could bat through to that tea interval, then in that tea interval we could see a declaration and they could look to, bowl at the West Indies team in the last 2 hours of play, as a partnership at the moment building up to 28.
Yes, still a good 9th wicket partnership so far. West Indies perhaps would have had dreams of batting already after the 8th wicket fell.
Tanvir Islam in this partnership, not just contributing 1, and Saif Hassan has done the bulk of the run scoring at the moment. Colin Archibald has bowled 22 overs, 3 for 48. Oh, that's a horrible delivery there from Karaya. And maybe slipping out there, Greg, who knows?
Yes, very poor delivery. Full and wide outside the off stump.
This time it's into the air, he could be out, and he is! Karaya strikes! Tossing up that one outside the off stump, and he gets the big fish, that of Saif Hassan, who cannot get his 150. He has to go for 146. 9 wickets down now for the Bangladeshis, and Karaya, you beauty.
Yes, good delivery there by Yannick Karaya. Just tossing this one outside the off stump, and Saif Hassan looking for the big drive over the top and getting the ball peeling out the outside edge, and Greaves coming in and taking a smart catch, and it looked like the declaration has come about with the dismissal of Saif Hassan.
Yeah, it looks as though that has happened, and we'll have to wait and see. It looks as though they are walking off, Greg. Yes, so the declaration has come at 300 for the loss of 9, with Saif Hassan being caught off the bowling of Yannick Karaya by Justin Greaves at backward point for 146. And that's how it ends off here. And a good innings by Bangladesh, Greg, you have to say.
Yes, a good innings after being rattled for 167 in the first game, to come back in the second match in the series and to put up 300 runs. It's a commendable performance by the Bangladesh team.
Yeah, commendable performance indeed. And leading the way was Saif Hassan with 146. Bangladesh 8 declaring on 300 for 9. The West Indies, of course, would have to get past that and then look to score beyond. It is 300 for 9. Bangladesh declaring Saif Hassan 146 of 347 deliveries. Ajaka Ali Anik on 33 of 86. Shadman Islam on 25 of 117. That was the top run scorers for the Bangladesh team. And Anderson Phillip, the pick of the bowlers, with 3 for 72. Colin Archibald, 3 for 48. And Yannick Karaya, 2 for 53. At the back, Michael Rupwa could be correct with some rain coming in a little later. Some dark clouds building up in the east. But for now, we'll join you back in about 10 to 15 minutes time for the action in the West Indies innings. So we're all set for the first innings of the West Indies A team. After the Bangladesh A team would have set them 300 runs in the first innings, they declared on 300 for 9 on the back of a brilliant century from Saif Hassan, 146. Shadman Islam had 25, and Jaka Ali Anik 33. So it's Tejan Chandapal and Jeremy Solozano opening the batting for the West Indies A, and Tejan Chandapal is facing up to Saeed Khalid Ahmed, all the way from Sylhet in Bangladesh. Here he is with his second ball of the innings, short, wide, and just guided to that backward point fielder as Greg Wilson comes back in. Greg Wilson, former Windward Islands cricketer. Good afternoon, Greg, again.
Yes, good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to all persons following us out here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Beautiful conditions for cricket. As it indicates, Bangladesh did post a good, imposing total, 300 runs. They would be pleased with that effort.
Here is Ahmed, who's on target to Tejan Chandapal. And Greg, we all know about the prowess of Tejan Chandapal and good old Jeremy Solozano.
Well, Tejan Chandapal, as we all know, is a chip of the old block. If the father had all the time in the world to stay out there and bat, he had the temperament for batting. So, like they would say, so the father, so the son.
Very similar in so many ways to Shivnarayan Chandapal, his dad. And the first runs for the West Indies. I'll have to wait and see if it comes off the bat of Chandapal. Yes, it does. Umpire Tuckett allows the run to Chandapal, so it's one without loss.
Yes, Chandapal has opened up his account, Khalid, on this occasion, just straight into the pads and just getting in line and just working this one down through to the long leg region for an easy single.
Jeremy Solozano, opening batsman who has been unlucky at times, more so recently when he got picked to make his debut for the West Indies team in Galle in Sri Lanka, and he was struck on the head, feeling at short leg in his first test, and he wasn't able to bat. Imagine that, Greg. You get picked for West Indies, or you get picked for your senior team at the highest level. That's Test cricket. I think every player's dream of playing, and you get hit in the first game, and you're not able to make an impression.
Yes, very unfortunate for the young one.
It'd be one thing to do well here, to just showcase what he's got and just reinvigorate his career, so to speak, and get back into that West Indies setup as the first over of the innings comes to an end. One without loss. Solozano yet to score. Chandapal on one.
Yes, good over there by Khalid. Just holding a sort of good tight line. Just one really loose delivery, one would say, that was angled down the leg side to Chandapal, of which he was able to get off the mark. But a good start to the inning for Bangladesh.
Excellent start from Saeed Khalid Ahmed. He didn't look bad at all. And what we normally see from him is those short pitch deliveries that he was attempting to both Solozano and Chandapal. And new bowler for Bangladesh is going to be the man who's come into this game. That's Mritunjoy Chowdhury. Here he is with his first ball, and he's pulled away by Tejan Chandapal. Too short immediately from Chowdhury, and Chandapal gets two.
Yes, short delivery, and Chandapal was in position very quickly. A good bit of fielding there by the fielder. And the mid-wicket region certainly saved 2 runs for his team.
The Shakkiran born Muhammad Mrityunjoy Chaudhary Nipun, 21 years of age. It's a good delivery from the left-hander, just outside the off stump and tailing away. And well, what was going away as well was the bat of Tejan Chandapal.
Yes, certainly for a minute you would think that Tejan Chandapal played and missed, but he has a very peculiar way of allowing the ball to go through to the keeper.
He does, and he does it well. And Mrityunjoy Chaudhary Nipun would have played for Bangladesh under 19s, and they would have also participated for the Chattogram Challengers. That's 13 first-class wickets just yet, Greg. 5 first-class matches, so he's just bursting onto the scene.
Like they would say, new kid on the block.
New kid on the block. Looks to be a skiddy bowler. Many left-arm seamers produced by Bangladesh. Of course, recently, you would know about Mustafizur Rahman, who really has a lot of variation. Mustafizur Rahman.
Especially those coming from the back of the hand.
Yes. One of the more difficult, slower balls to bowl. It's getting a bit dark to the east.
You're making Michael happy?
Well, he seems to be happy because he knows, he seems to know what is coming, but I don't know. Bit straighter this time from Mrityunjoy Nipun Chaudhary, and it's played back to him by Chandapal. Chandapal and Solazano, both these guys not going to give much away, Greg. They really, put a price on their wicket early on.
Yes, the first match in the series, they did get a good start, but unable to go on to get a reasonable score.
There again, this one, Greg, interestingly, coming back into the left-hander.
Yeah, but Chandapal was equal to the task. I guess he knows where his off stump is, and in his peculiar way just allow the ball to go through to the keeper. So not a bad start by Chaudhary, just one really loosener, the first ball that was dug in short. But other than this, the other 5 balls bowled was just about outside of stump to Chandapal.
Yeah, definitely. Chandapal just having to be a bit watchful early on, but Jeremy Solazano is going to take strike to side Khalid Ahmed, who is going to come around the wicket to him. Good delivery coming back in, and Greg, many times we see fast bowlers coming up into ODI cricket, Test cricket, T20 cricket, as the case may be, but more so from Asia, we see these bowlers coming up, and how they develop and how they are recognized is from tape ball cricket. We don't see that too often in the West Indies or maybe Australia or so forth, but we see it in Asia, Pakistan a lot, Bangladesh a lot. I'm not sure about Sri Lanka that much, but definitely Pakistan and Bangladesh. Tape ball cricket is something that breeds fast bowlers.
Very interesting that this is sort of, well, you could say nursery, so to speak, where you get hold of those players. And in the West Indies, how much tape ball do we really play? I know in St. Lucia right now, there's a league going on.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of it's not as big as it used to be before.
Yeah, you don't see much tape ball cricket in the Caribbean that much. You don't hear of it that much. In Trinidad and Tobago around this time, there's a lot of wind ball cricket. That's the softball.
But do you all play it over arm or on the wind ball cricket?
Yeah, we normally pelt the wind ball.
Well,
there are some competitions that ask you have to pelt a number of the overs and bowl a couple as well.
Interesting. But down here with wind ball cricket, it's only on the arm.
Oh, on the arm?
Yes.
That's very interesting. And a number of guys would have developed their cricket in Trinidad and Tobago as well. From that, they would have been recognized through playing wind ball cricket, that softball cricket. That's like guys like Sunil Narayan, Terence Hines. Terence Hines he's a great player when it comes to the leather ball. And well, Michael Rupp is saying they also call it tennis ball. So yes.
Well, actually, that's what I started playing cricket down here.
Yeah.
But is it the wind ball cricket, but it was on the arm because, like I said, we don't play it over arm.
Right. And someone who would have developed a loud appeal for leg before and not out, says the umpire Carl Tuckett. And hence we were speaking about that, let's have a look at that dismissal, well, not a dismissal, an appeal from Bangladesh. Too high, you have to say, that one going over the stumps.
Yes, cut back sharply there, but height would have been a factor.
Greg Wilson, what is that above the mountains?
Just grey skies. That's going to be blowing away very quickly.
Well, Michael Rupa nods in denial of that one, much like umpire Carl talking with that decision, that appeal from Bangladesh. This one worked away, and no run there to Solazano. And at the end of the third over, it is 3 without loss. Chandapol on 3. Solazano yet to get off the mark.
Yes, Khalid Ahmed continuing to ask questions of the West Indies openers, continue to keep things tight, and certainly has not been giving them any freebies, having them to work hard for their runs. And this is what you want to see from your opening bowlers. So have the batsmen playing as often as possible, bowling in the right areas, and that Khalid Ahmed has been doing admirably in his first 2 overs.
Rain seems to be drizzling a bit. Light rain. The groundsmen going across to the covers. Lots of signs of the rain coming as well. The Bangladesh coaching staff just removing the gear that is out there drying out. And they are the groundsmen. They are walking across to the western end of the ground where the covers are. And there's a stiff breeze as well blowing across the ground, so that could very well blow away the rain. As Mrityunjoy Chaudhary Nipun gets back on target. Youthful career thus far from Mrityunjoy Chaudhary. Would have made his debut for the Khulna division against the Dhaka division at Sylhet, as this one played away nicely on the onside by Chandapol. He will get 1, and it's getting a bit gloomy to the east now. Rain drizzling a bit heavily here. Groundsmen with their raincoats on, some of them. Greg Wilson is now getting into his raincoat. I'm not sure why, because he's covered.
Because Michael said that we're going to be getting a deluge.
2 slips on the gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. That's the offside field. And Solazano plays that one back to the bowler. Just about 8 minutes again to the tea interval. So it's a case of survival here for both batsmen, and I'm sure they'll be speaking about that in that mid-pitch conference, Greg.
Yes, one eye certainly will be on the clock to at least bat through until tea, and then we take it on from there.
The delivery, and Solozano likes the offside. If he gets it through, he can get runs. At the moment, just finding the fielders outside the off stump, and plus as well, playing back to the bowler.
It sounds like the ball is not coming off the middle of the bat, it's more closer to the bottom.
Hence, he would just need to buy his time here, Greg. Just occupy the crease, develop his timing. You can hear it again. So, good little over from Mrityunjoy Chaudhary Nipun comes to an end. That's tea at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground on day 3 of this, the second unofficial test match between Bangladesh A and West Indies A. As news have it here at the moment, Bangladesh A, they declared earlier on 300 for 9 with Saif Hassan scoring 146, Jahar Alianik had 33, Shadman Islam 25, and the bowling for the West Indies 3 for 72 to Anderson Phillip. Colin Archibald had 3 for 48, Yannick Karaya 2 for 53. And well, in response thus far, a short time of 4 overs that are spent out there by Tejaran Chandapal and Jeremy Solozano. Chandapal, he is on 4. Solozano, he's yet to get off the mark after facing 11 deliveries. And Saeed Khalid Ahmed bowling 2 overs for 1 run. Chaudhary Mrityunjoy Nipun would have bowled 2 overs for 3. After more thoughts from Greg Wilson, we'll take a break and be back with more after the tea.
Yes, a good passage of play there for the Bangladesh team. After having declared the inning, West Indies have to face just 4 overs before the tea interval, and certainly it has been 4 good testing overs for them. But Chandapal and Salazano has been able to see them off, and they certainly would be enjoying the tea period and coming back after this to really see how many runs they could put on the board before the end of the day's play, and certainly look forward for tomorrow to have a full day's play, weather permitting.
Welcome back to the Daren Sammy Recreation Ground, and we are all getting ready for action after tea on day 3 here in the second unofficial test match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A. And good news, the breeze is blowing quite nicely and the dark clouds to the east have been disappearing. And looks as though will be good for this afternoon's proceedings as Greg Wilson comes back into the commentary box. Good afternoon, Greg.
Yes, good afternoon, Lucia. And good afternoon to those following proceedings here. Should be in for a good session of cricket.
Certainly so, and side Khalid Ahmed operating from the media centre end, bowling to Tej Narayan Chandapal, who has done all of the scoring thus far. So Lozano has yet to get off the mark. Number Bangladesh declared on 300 for 9. Just before tea, just to get in about 4 overs. Ahmed has bowled well thus far in those 2 overs of his, coming into his 3rd here now. And they have bowled well in the last game as well, Greg. Side Khalid Ahmed would have had 2 for 73 in 26 overs. Not bad. So he would have done some bowling just to get acclimatized with the conditions. And now he's coming into this game being more aware about what the conditions here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground will offer. And this one nicely punched off the back foot, and Chandapal could get runs, and that's well pulled in as well by Saif Hassan to limit the West Indies A team to 3, and Chandapal to 3 as well.
Yes, good shot there by Chandapal, just punching this one through the cover region and picking up 3 easy runs, one would say, and brings Salazar on to strike, who certainly would be a little anxious to open up his account after being out there for the first 4 overs and yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, so Khalid Ahmed just a bit short on that occasion. He normally likes to bowl that length. So Lozano looking to turn this one a bit more backward of square leg, but he finds the fielder who is at a short forward square leg there. And Khalid Ahmed, we are speaking about bowlers coming through the ranks as a deep ball player. Khalid Ahmed was a deep tennis ball player, and he was considered a specialist when his friend and future first class teammate, that's Imran Ali Inam, took him to Rana Mia's Cricket Academy in Sylhet. Lovely shot, no run. And Greg, within a couple of years, Khalid would have made his first class debut for Sylhet Division and formed a fast bowling battery alongside Ibadat Chowdhury. So, and the trio incidentally took part in the 2015-2016 fast bowling hunt conducted by the BCB. So tape ball into leather ball. That's the story of side Khalid Ahmed. Played back, down the ground, pass mid on. So Lozano, he's off and running, and he will get 2.
Yes, Khalid on this occasion just a bit straight. Just punch back past the bowler by Salazar. Well timed and getting himself 2 easy run to open up his account. But the story you was given about Khalid is a very interesting way of recruiting players back in places like Bangladesh.
Yeah, a number of these seamers, fast bowlers, come out of deep ball cricket, and that's a brilliant story. And his first break would have come during the 2017 Bangladesh Premier League, when he played for Dhaka Dynamites, in which he would have picked up only 2 wickets in 4 games. And a few months later, during the 2017-2018 Dhaka Premier League, he took 17 wickets. And he made it to the BCB's high performance side in 2018 summer, quickly earning a call up to the Bangladesh A team. This time that's cracked away by Daren Chandapal in typical Chandapal fashion for 4.
Yes, on this occasion, the bowler Chowdhury just a bit too short, and Chandapal getting in the position very quickly and just dispatched this one through the mid-wicket region for 4. So certainly he's up and running again after the tea interval.
Too short, and it stood up to be hit and absolutely put away with disdain there from Daren Chandapal. This time it's short, cut away, taking the bottom edge, and 2 consecutive boundaries of the bat of Daren Chandapal.
Yes, certainly Daren Chandapal has signaled his intention that anything loose, he's going to count on that. On this occasion, Chowdhury perhaps overcompensating. Previously, he was shot, he was pulled through the onside on this occasion, wide outside the off-stump, getting the bottom edge of the bat, but had enough to travel to the boundary to get 4 additional runs. So West Indies have moved quickly on to 17 without loss.
The man from Georgetown, Guyana, getting into the bowling of the Bangladesh A team at the moment. 26-year-old Daren Chandapal. It's better from Mrityunjoy Chowdhury Nipun on the money. And Chandapal would have played for the West Indies under 19s. He would have played for the Guyana under 19 team as well. And he is playing at the moment first class cricket for Guyana. And first class average of 32.82 with 2,560 runs in 49 matches. And he would have made his first class debut back in 2013 against the Leeward Islands at North Sound. And he would have had some excellent scores in the recently concluded regional tournament, Greg, and that would have forced his way into this West Indies A team setup, the West Indies senior team setup as well. This time he's driving. No run for him there. And hear this, Greg. His string of scores in his last 5 first class games against Barbados for Guyana at the Port of Spain in Queen's Park Oval, 140 not out and 23 not out to win the game for Guyana. Against Jamaica, he followed up that 140 with 184 at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And since then, against Trinidad and Tobago, he has had 25 at Queen's Park Oval. For the West Indies Cricket Board's 11. Against Bangladesh earlier in the year, he would have had 59. And in the last game, right here against Bangladesh, he would have had 49. So he's in some form.
Yes, certainly in a rich vein of form, one would say. And certainly a brilliant knock of 184 against Jamaica. So certainly he shows that he has the appetite to bat like his dad.
Yep. Certainly a good player, Daren Chandapal, and he will be knocking on the door of the West Indies selectors. The spray paint seems to be coming out there now for Khalid Ahmed to just mark back his run-up, maybe, Greg. And
yes, certainly. I saw he did signal to the ground staff. I was wondering whether he was asking for some sawdust, but apparently it's the spray paint he wanted.
And he will continue to Solozano now, Khalid Ahmed. Solozano quietly leaves it alone. Doesn't want to have anything to do with those deliveries. It's about 47 overs remaining in the day.
But interestingly, I'm looking at Khalid where he did spray on the ground and where he's starting his run up.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look at what's happening. He sprayed quite a far bit. Pitch stop. That's elegantly played from Jeremy Solizano. That's all timing from the left-hander. And he will get 2.
Yes, good shot there for us from Solizano. Khalid on this occasion just over pitching this one outside the off stump. And Solizano really wasn't looking for any brute force, just caress the ball into the cover region. And he got himself 2 easy runs. So certainly good touch there by Solizano.
This time on the line of the leg stump, a bit too high and just hitting the thigh part of Solizano. I think what's happening there, Greg, is that line that he is pre-painted on the ground is that's the point at which he's starting to run up fluently. He's just jogging up to that line, and from that point is where he starts to run through. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that. Bit shorter. Chance for run out at the non-striker's end. I'm not sure where the ball was going.
Yes, that was a non-existent single. Luckily for him, he got back in time. But in terms of run-ups and bowlers, you see a number of variations with bowlers in terms of where they start from the marking. Some would start exactly on the marking.
Yeah. And that's a perfect picture if you can see where the line is, that red line. And where he is starting his run-up. So Solizano is looking solid this afternoon, much like Chanderpaul. Both the openers looking solid.
Yes, well, conditions still very much good for batting. They would say there's no devil in the wicket, so it's just a question of playing every ball on its merits and look to concentrate for as long as possible.
This time, this is going to be 4. Played uppishly, but just over the fielder's head at short cover. And Solizano gets a boundary.
Yes, good executed shot there by Solizano. Khalid on this occasion just pitching the ball just outside the off stump. Just to have volley, one would say. Solizano had the option of whether to keep it along the ground or go the aerial route, and he chose the aerial route and got 4 beautiful runs. So good positive intention showed there by Solizano after the tea interval.
Yeah, positive intent. I'm sure his coach would have spoken to him about that, playing positive cricket when you go out there. And that is what we are seeing. Well, Chanderpaul has been nothing short of positive. He's certainly been positive this afternoon, Greg.
Yes, certainly. We have seen him really attack the short pitch deliveries that are within range for sure. We saw on 2 occasions dispatch them through the mid-wicket region, and one got sort of a bottom edge, but still had enough on it to race through to the wide footman boundary.
Mritunjoy Chowdhury Nipun, and he's back on target there immediately. He would have been struck for 2 boundaries in the last over by Daren Chanderpaul. One outside the off stump and one that was on the body that was pulled away forcefully for 4 as well on the onside. Right up there, Chanderpaul. There's very little that he could do with that. And Mritunjoy Chowdhury having a word with Chandapal. A friendly word, you'd say. This series playing in such good spirits. Laughs and chatter between the players. Enjoying themselves. Full, but Chandapal not been able to, make solid contact. This time it's short, he's looking to pull. And the ball just goes into the pad. And it got stuck there and he had to just give it back to the bowler. That one got up a bit quickly there. I told you, Greg, he was a bit skiddy.
Yes, certainly, yes. Ball was short. I was looking in the mid-wicket region to see if the ball was traveling there, only to realize that it got lodged in the pads of Tishnar and Chandapal.
This time he's pulling and pulling hard, but he finds the fielder at deep mid-wicket and he will get one. Guided nicely by Solozano, the fielder from a wide backward point, comes around and cleans up. And in the end, a misfield allows for 2 runs.
Yes, a wild throw coming in from the deep. Solozano just getting behind this one, wide outside the off, just guiding it to the points region. And in the end, getting 2 easy runs. Compliment the fielder with the wild throw. But all in all, the 2 openers, they are not phased out there in any way. They seem to be in total control. And conditions ideal for batting, and they are basically playing every ball on its merit. It's good to see.
Definitely so. And immediately, Greg Wilson, we're going to see the introduction of Saif Hassan, the off-spinner.
Yes, actually, I was looking at the monitor while the game was going, and you could have seen in the background that one of the fielders was already putting the pads beneath the trousers, so I knew that spin would have been introduced, momentarily, and immediately after the completion of the short days over, we see Saif coming into the attack.
Saif Hassan, the tall off spinner from Chittagong. And just only 22 years of age, but he has plied his trade quite a lot since bursting onto the scene. And he would have played for the Bangladesh under 19 team. And funnily enough, when he was playing the World Cup, he was called up for the test squad to play Sri Lanka, and he's played for Beximo Dhaka, Brothers Union, Chittagong Division, Chittagong Vikings, Fortune Barishal, Indira Road Krira Chakra, and Silatonda. This time it takes the inside edge and just running down to fine leg. And he will get 2 Tejra and Chandapal.
Yes, Saif just strained down the leg side slightly, and Chandapal just working this one off the pads. and getting 2 easy runs. So Naeem certainly has not settled into his groove as yet. We saw the consistency from him in the first game of the series.
It's quiet at the moment. Is opening over from Saif Hassan. He's looking to flight the ball, and he's a tall off spinner, as we said, so he delivers the ball from very high, which makes it difficult for the batsman, Greg, over the eye line of the batsman.
Yes, certainly. You have to be looking up.
So it makes it a bit difficult to judge the length of the ball. And you're looking up, and then you have to look down at the very last moment, following the hand of the bowler. Nicely played there by Chanderpaul to get 1, and the over comes to an end. At the end of it, it's 29 without loss. Chanderpaul, he is on 19, and Salazano, he's on 10.
Yes, Naeem just conceding 3 runs off his first over. The first game in the series we saw. He certainly had the ability to bowl long spells, and he was able to have good control, good line, and good length. He was bowling in the right areas. So after just 8 overs, we see Bangladesh introducing spin into the attack. So certainly this is an indication that they probably would be heavily reliant on spin to do the trick for them in this inning.
Yes, certainly something different from what we saw from the West Indies. Karaya coming in late into the innings. But this is something we see a lot from the Bangladeshis, and we saw it in the first game. They're not afraid to introduce spin very early on in the innings. But Mrityunjoy Chowdhury is going to continue from the Kaimaji end. Ball seems to be rushing on to the batsman. He's hitting the bat hard.
Chowdhury seems to be, as you did indicate earlier on, a skiddy bowler.
Yeah, it seems so.
Doesn't really have the sort of height that Khalil has, but seems to be hitting the bat very hard.
30 without loss, 20 to Chanderpaul, 10 to Salazano. I'm having a look at the field, Greg, and if you look at the slip cordon, there are 2 fielders around where normally a gully fielder would be, and those 2 fielders just about a meter apart, if so much. So that's an interesting field.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. So they would have done the homework on Salazano, I guess.
And he's bowled in. Speaking about doing the homework on Salazano, a delivery that was pitching just about short of a good length. Salazano was looking to punch it through the offside, and he plays it on. And what a sour end for Jeremy Salazano here in this first innings. He has to go for 10, and Mrityunjoy Chowdhury brings joy to the Bangladesh team.
Certainly he has brought a bit of joy. This one just outside the off stump, coming back just slightly and looking to force this one through the offside, getting the inner portion of the bat and the ball just cannon into the leg stump. Certainly not the sound that you would want to hear as a batsman. And he has to take the agonizing walk back to the pavilion. So early breakthrough there by Bangladesh, and Chowdhury seeing the back of Jeremy Salazano being out for 10 of 22 deliveries.
Yeah, not a good end to the innings for Jeremy Solozano. He has to leave for 10, and it looks as though he is making way for Kisi Kati, the man from St. Martin. Kisi Kati shining to the crease, and what do you think good old Tage is telling Kisi Kati as he walks out to the middle there, Greg?
Perhaps he's telling him that Chowdhury is a skiddy bowler, because certainly he would have faced a few that would have rushed him a bit. So just a bit of advice, perhaps get into position a little much earlier, get the feet moving as quickly as possible.
And it's going to be the first right-hander that Chowdhury will be bowling to in this innings. So, and he's going to stay over the wicket. Normally you see that from a left-hand seamer. Staying over the wicket, looking to angle the ball across the right hand and getting it to tail back in to them. Here's Chowdhury with Kati's first delivery, and just fending outside the off stump there, Greg.
Perhaps just caught in two minds as to whether to play or to live alone. And he sort of committed himself into the shot, and last minute just pull out. So a bit of indecision there by Kati very early in his inning.
And immediately Chanderpaul has had a word with him. Short, and Kati gets behind it nicely. Kati is a good player from what I've seen, and he has shown good temperament, Kisi Kati. Kisi Uides Kati, St. Martin, and of course he would have been the first man born in St. Martin to play for the West Indies when he made his ODI debut against the Netherlands in May of this year. That's a good feat to have.
Yes, certainly. But Chowdhury seems to be enjoying a good spell of bowling there. Ball certainly rushing the batsman. Kati perhaps was caught in two minds as to whether to play back or play forward. And he was certainly in between. So the end of a good over there by Chowdhury, getting the wicket of Solozano.
He had 10 overs bowled in the innings and 30 for 1. Solozano, of course, was gone bowled to Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. And Saif Hassan is the man who's continuing from the media centre end. That's the northern end of the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. And he'll be bowling to Tagerine Chanderpaul, who missed out on a half century in the last game by 1 run. So he'd want to make amends in this game, battle it out, and score big.
Yes, certainly he could draw inspiration from the knock of Saif Hassan. Certainly he did occupy the crease for a lengthy period of time.
Short punching and no run. Well bowled and well played. Good cricket all round there from Chandapol and Naeem Hassan.
Yes, Naeem seems to have settled down very quickly into his bowling stride.
Naeem Hassan used to be a fast bowler until class 8 in Bangladesh, and then he took to off spin, and he's 6 feet tall. You know, many Bangladesh off spinners we've seen hasn't been that tall. Guys like Mehdi Hassan Miraz, not that tall. On about that leg stump line there, and he has been spared by Chandapol at the end of 11. It's 30 for 1. Chandapol is on 20 of 40, and Kisikati, he's yet to score.
Yes, good over completed there by Naeem, his second, and certainly he's settling down very nicely, really not giving any freebies, not allowing Chandapol to just shoulder arms. He's basically there and thereabout around the stump area, having him to play at almost every delivery. And this is what we were asking of the West Indian bowlers, to have the batsman playing as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely so. And the Bangladesh is certainly showing that they are capable of doing that. And they're a bit more consistent in their line and their lengths as opposed to the West Indies. Mrityunjoy Chowdhury striking in his previous over to remove Jeremy Salazano. And this is a superb delivery, just pitching and moving away from Kisikati.
Yes, there wasn't much that Kisikati could have done about this one, but fortunate enough for him, he did not get back to ball. So Chowdhury is in the midst of a very good spell, using the condition to good effect.
Understands what needs to be done. Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. Just a bit of a wait here, the bowler Chowdhury having a word with maybe the skipper, who is down at mid-off, getting the rag out. Too wide there to interest Kisikati. And some news coming in from St. Vincent is that Trinidad and Tobago lost to Guyana by 40 runs. Orlando James finished with 29, and that's the situation. Guyana winning their first game of the CWI Rising Stars Boys Under 19 Championship, defeating Trinidad and Tobago by 40 runs.
Yes, a good convincing win, one would say.
Yeah, guys like Andrew Rambaran, Rajiv Ramnath, Kyle Kisunat couldn't get off today. Kyle Ramdu as well. Unfortunate there for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And as we wait, Kisikati is waiting on Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. He's edging, is he? Yes, he is! And Chowdhury strikes again! 2 and 2 overs now for Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. Kati has to go, and he has to go without scoring at that as well. My oh my, 2 down for the West Indies. Greg Wilson.
Yes, excellent bowling there by Chowdhury, just pitching just about the what we would call the fourth stump line, and Kati had to play at this one and get in the outside edge, and easy catch there to the keeper again. The importance of bowling, wicket-taking deliveries, bowling in consistent areas, and we have seen what Chowdhury has been doing in this spell, in this over in particular. 2 consecutive delivery that he has beaten Casey Kati, and one he has from the edge. So lesson to be learned there by the West Indies bowlers.
Yes, certainly. Lovely line, lovely length from the left-handed seamer. And he has come out like a man on a mission.
Yes, certainly did not play the first game in the series. Was given the opportunity this time around, and not only is he grabbing it with both hands, look like he is also wrapping his legs around it as well.
Yeah. And really getting into this game here, Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. And now made way, Casey Kati has now made way for Joshua Da Silva, the captain of the West Indies A team, who had a start in the first game as well of 43 and couldn't carry on his hand. Paul has now seen 2 wickets falling around him, that of Jeremy Salazano for 10 and Casey Kati for a duck. So De Silva to face his first ball of Mrityunjoy Chowdhury, and an appeal there. Not out, says umpire Dayton Butler. And news coming out of Kingston in Jamaica at the Sabina Park. New Zealand had won the toss and they had chosen to bat, and they are now batting 122 for the loss of 3 in 13.1 overs. Devon Conway in the runs again with 42. And well, there's rain at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground as we speak. Michael Rupwa with a broad smile that paints his face at the moment. And some would say it's an art piece that you don't really want to see. But the Bangladesh cricket team are going off the field, and the covers are coming on. And this doesn't look a good sight, as it may just blow away because the breeze, you can see it there, you know, in the manner in which the covers are being pulled out and it's moving away from the groundsman, Greg. It's telling me that there's a stiff breeze blowing across the ground. Look at that.
Even the guys who are trying to cover the main wicket are struggling with the covers, so don't think it's going to be for too long.
Well, that's the situation at the moment. The rain has joined us at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. It's 30 for the loss of 2. And Joshua Da Silva has just come out after the fall of Casey Kati for a duck. Jeremy Salazano, he went for 10. Mrityunjoy Chowdhury, a man striking on 2 consecutive occasions in 2 overs for the Bangladesh A team. So he's been the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 15 and 5.4. And Chandler Paul, he's not out on 20. Bangladesh A, prior to this response from the West Indies A team, they declared on 300 for 9. Saif Hassan, 146. And the pick of the bowlers, of course, Anderson Phillip, 3 for 72. Colin Archibald, 3 for 48. Yannick Karaya, 2 for 53. Karaya getting the last man out. That was Saif Hassan before the Mithun decided to declare here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. So the rain is coming down a bit heavier. And just to continue a bit there, Greg, maybe we can just discuss, before we close, we could just discuss, you know, the situation at Kingston. It gives us that time to do so. 133 for 3, 13.4 overs after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Devon Conway, 42. Martin Guptill, 20. Glenn Phillips, who seems to like Jamaica because he played for the Jamaica Talawas, he had some good seasons. He's on 40 of 28. Daryl Mitchell, who's in some form this year, he's on 14, not out. Obed McCoy again in the wickets for the West Indies. 2 for 13 in 2 overs, and Odin Smith 1 for 18 in 1.4. So, what do you make of proceedings out there in Kingston at this time, Greg?
Well, the New Zealand team, I would think, would be in the driving seat right now with just the loss of 3 wickets at 133 on the board. The current run rate, you're looking at 9.73. So West Indies certainly would have to bowl well in the back end. If not, they would be chasing a total of perhaps in excess of 180 plus runs.
Yeah, definitely a good start there by New Zealand, and not a sight that you want to see if you are a cricket fan and you're supporting the West Indies A team at the moment or the Bangladesh A team. So that's the news here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Rain has joined us just about 3:35 p.m. and as soon as we have good news for you and cricket resuming, we'll be back with more. Well, welcome back to the action here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground on day 3 of this unofficial test match. The second one between West Indies and Bangladesh A. And the rain have left us and the sun is back out. Greg Wilson is back with me as well. And we're all set for action. There are the blue skies, you can see it there just to the east. Greg is happy, everyone is happy. And most of all, the umpires are happy, Greg.
Yes, most certainly.
Head Chowdhury Mritunjoy Nipun into Josh De Silva, who just faces the final delivery of the over, and it was a wicket-taking one as well, as Casey Carty was caught in that over, caught behind for a duck, Greg, and they would have been looking for Casey Carty to score some runs here, especially, you know, you want to get a good start from your top order, and especially your top 3 batsmen. And of course, losing Solizano early for 10, Casey Carty for a duck, that's never going to help the cause of chasing a 300. Not just chasing, but, you know, getting up to 300 and then getting beyond that as well.
Yes, certainly not the sort of start that the West Indies would have wanted, but one really has to compliment Chowdhury for bowling in the right areas, really bowling quite a few wicket-taken deliveries, and has not eased the pressure at all from the time he opened the bowling. So the captain, Josh De Silva, certainly has to put his hand up and play a captain's knock.
He does, and it's just about 50 minutes of a break that we have had due to rain. The super supper was out, looking to dry up the field as best as possible. Naeem Hassan, in the meantime, he's come back into the attack and serves up a delivery just wide outside the off stump as Chandapal fending. Chandapal has looked good, Greg.
Yeah, he has batted very positively today. Been very secure on anything really short on both sides of the wicket.
Looks solid as usual. Just like that. And just to give you an update of what's went on in Sabina Park. New Zealand, they finish on 215 for 5. Glenn Phillips had 76, Darryl Mitchell 48, and Devon Conway 42 along with Martin Guptill's 20.
Yes, certainly a big total that West Indies would have to chase, 216. It's going to take a bit of getting the...
Yeah, certainly, and with the likes of Mitchell Santner, Ish Sodhi, Tim Southey, Trent Boult and Michael Bracewell, it's never going to get easy. And Naeem Hassan plugging along here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground at the moment. If you're asking for consistency, then Naeem Hassan is the man. He bowls marathon spells, Greg, and he pitches the ball consistently in that area on about that middle and off stump and tempts the batsman.
Yes, certainly we saw his level of consistency in the first game of the series, and he's pretty much in the 2 overs he has completed so far. He has shown a model of consistency right here.
Time again, just pulling back his length. Good variation from the off spinner here late in the afternoon at the end of 13 overs. It's 30 for 2, a maiden over completed by Naeem Hassan.
Yes, Naeem continues to bowl a good probing off-stump line. Chandrapal really have to play at just about every delivery. And this is the sort of consistency that we have been clamoring for where the West Indies bowlers are concerned, being able to bowl 4 and 5, 6 deliveries in a general area. But we do not see that happening from the West Indian bowlers.
Yeah, definitely so. And they're continuing to persist with Mritunjoy Chowdhury, and I'm sure you would have been impressed with what you've seen from Mritunjoy Chowdhury, Jared.
Yes, he has bowled extremely well. He's been attacking the batsman, having them play at almost every delivery.
Something we have not seen from the West Indies bowlers. And when you have a batsman down and you're tying him down, you need to be consistent. You want to continue to do that. It doesn't make sense. You have him tied down for a while and then you allow him to get away You need to tie him down, and in doing so, you need to get him out as immediately as possible.
Yes, you look at Casey Catty as a good example. Chowdhury really had him clean. He was always attacking the batsman as much as possible. And even in this over, 2 deliveries he has bowled to the Silver has been attacking the batsman. So not giving him the room to really free his arms at all.
And with the Silver playing in this fashion, just, a bit uncomfortable in that mid-rib area, I would be tempted just to instill a short leg immediately.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, immediately, if I'm the captain, Mithun. You have a test batsman out there in the middle, who's currently in a test team, test wicketkeeper batsman for the West Indies, and Josh De Silva. And you don't want to let him get away, a guy like him. You want to prize him out as early as you can. Is Chowdhury from the far end. Daren De Silva is looking to get on top of that one. He wasn't in total control. He wasn't in position to really pull that one. Joshua De Silva, of course, as we mentioned, West Indies wicketkeeper batsman. He would have played some CPL cricket for the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. He's there once more. Plays first class cricket for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. And Mrityunjoy Chowdhury has him jumping at the moment.
Yes, certainly continuing to attack the Silver. And as you did indicate, perhaps the captain should bring in the short leg just to make things a little more interesting, because the Silver certainly been hopping around quite a bit.
Yeah, Mrityunjoy Chowdhury, as we said, skiddy and pacey. Ball rushing on to the Silver, who normally likes the ball coming on to him. He likes that, but on this occasion the ball is jumping, as he said. This time he's edging and just dropping short of that slip cordon. Good work there by Fazal Mahmood Rabi at first slip to get in behind that one and slave what could have been a boundary at the end of another maiden over. 14 overs have been bowled, It is 30 for 2.
Yes, Bangladesh continuing to keep things tight after the short rain break we had. We had Naeem, who was bowled tight from one end with the spin, off spin, and then Chowdhury from the Kaimaji end, the pacer, was also keeping things tight. So there's no reprieve there for the West Indies batsmen at either end.
And yesterday the umpires went up to 6 p.m, Greg. And if light permits, they can do the same today. It's only 4:37 p.m. here in Gurusi Leh. Naeem Hassan continues. Chandapol just being a bit watchful here now after 2 wickets fell around him. And Naeem Hassan, the off spinner, would have made his debut for Chittagong Division in January of 2017. And he would have bowled a whopping 43 overs in his first innings. And later in the year, Naeem would have taken 12 wickets against Afghanistan on the 19s during their home series. And he rounded up that year. Quick single taken here. And in the end, an easy one. Getting through quickly. That's good support between both batsmen.
Yes, good call there by De Silva. I thought earlier on, well, in previous over, very first ball, he did miss out on a single. Chandapol wanted the single, but De Silva did not respond, and this time around saw the opportunity and Scamba throw for a very quick single. So it's important that they get to rotate the strike, not allow the bowler, to be bowling at just one batsman, and more so, you're looking at a left and right combination.
Silva will be facing up to Hassan in this game for the first time, and there's a short leg, a slip in position, and the ball is fairly new still. The seam is quite prevalent and it's going to bounce a bit, and hence it's a good plan to have that short leg fielder in position. Silva using his feet and using it to perfection, finding the gap through mid-wicket, and he picks up a boundary. He's off and running.
Yes, good use of the feet there by De Silva. This one was just flighted slightly, and De Silva using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball and just hitting this one over the mid-wicket region down to the boundary for 4. So certainly it's not just about prodding and prodding. He certainly is going to take his chance whenever he sees it possible.
And that's what you want to see as a coach. You know, while that innings would have been a good one, a single taken here by De Silva, that's good batting. As the over comes to an end, it is 36 for the loss of 2, and De Silva, he is on 5, and Chandapal, he is on 21. But yes, Greg, as a coach, you know, you want to see your batsmen going out there playing positive, respecting the good balls, and putting away the bad one, and as you would normally say, playing the ball on its merit.
Yes, there was nothing wrong with the shot that De Silva played.
Yeah.
Certainly used his feet, got to the pitch of the ball and struck the ball into the open area. And in that way, the bowler now would have to start thinking of his line of attack. But if it's just a question of just prodding and prodding, sooner or later, one might just get the extra bounce, and with short leg and slip wrong, you may be presenting an easy dismissal.
This time he's pulling hard for 4. Josh De Silva dealing in boundaries.
Yes, this one was a shot of authority. Chowdhury shot on this occasion. De Silva getting into position very quickly and just dispatching this one through the mid-wicket region for 4. So good positive intention there by De Silva.
On top of it quickly. Bit too short there from Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. Let's see how he rebounds from that. 40 for 2. So the pitch drying out. It's getting better for batting. It's a good line, a good length. We saw in the first innings of the last game, we saw Khalid Ahmed getting Josh De Silva a leg before for a 43. It was a well pitched up delivery that Josh De Silva was a bit squared up with, was coming back in sharply, and you know, that's something that the Bangladeshis could remember and could look to use to their advantage. Get the ball up early to Josh De Silva. Tight in defence. There is the skipper of the West Indies A team. Quiet period now in the afternoon here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. It's getting a bit cool. De Silva, you're going to get this a lot from him. Those deliveries just outside the off stump. More often than not, he's not going to play at those. He likes playing the punch forward of point rather than that cut shot backward of point. He enjoys punching the ball through the offside. That's good. That's good from Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. Just testing Josh De Silva outside that off stump. De Silva, what he normally does as well, he plays the ball very late.
Good comeback there by Chowdhury after bowling the first ball, which was short, and De Silva took full advantage of. Certainly he has not bowled anything short and more or less focusing on our off-stump line.
Yeah, just, mixing it up a bit. Mixing up the line more than anything. Not really the length, but just going a bit wider, coming a bit straighter. Keeping the batsman guessing there, Greg. At the end of 16 overs, it's 40 for 2.
Yes, good bowling there by Chowdhury. Keeping the skipper, De Silva, really guessing, so to speak. As you didn't indicate, really mixing things up. But the West Indies having lost 2 wickets so far. One would hope that the captain and Chanderpaul would really see them through for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, maybe an hour or so of play left in the day, according to if light or weather permits. And some issue again down at the northern end of the ground. Chanderpaul wasn't happy. As Hassan continues bowling to Chanderpaul, who's been kept quiet in the last couple of overs there, Greg.
Yes. Chanderpaul continue to be patient out there.
Very patient player. We saw that 100 that he scored against Barbados at the Queen's Park Oval in May of 2022. That's this year. It would have took him some 400 plus deliveries.
He certainly has the appetite to stay out in the wicket for a long period. And again, one would say it's a chip of the old block. Shiv Narayan was notorious for that.
Looks as though the ground staff getting in position again. But Dayton Butler was just signaling something to them there. Not too sure what's that. Maybe there's some clouds building up to the far east. Chanderpaul continues to block away at the Kaimaji end. Oh, that's an exceptional delivery there from Naeem Hassan. Pitching, turning, some bouncing off of there as well. Chanderpaul has beaten all ends up.
Yes, excellent delivery there by Naeem. This one just bouncing and turning there sharply. Chanderpaul, good thing about it is that he did not follow the ball, just played down one line.
Yeah,
so good consistent bowling there by Naeem.
40 for 2 at the end of 17. So Naeem continues his run of maiden overs, and you were mentioning earlier, that's how Chanderpaul tends to leave the ball. He pulls his bat inside the line of it very well. And there's going to be a change from the Kaimaji end, and Mrityunjoy Chowdhury is going to be replaced by Said Khalid Ahmed. And Said Khalid Ahmed, of course, as I mentioned earlier, took the wicket of Josh De Silva in the very first game. Maybe this is a plan here by Mohammad Mithun, the skipper of the Bangladesh A team, for him to come in and look to do the same here again.
Yes, most certainly he would feel confident that he could have his wicket a second time in the series.
repeat his fortunes. That is what he would want to do. Getting the ball just to come in to the right-hander. And we were mentioning earlier as well that Saeed Khalid Ahmed would have risen up the ranks from deep ball cricket to leather ball cricket. And his call up to the Bangladesh senior team, as we'll speak about that after, yes, his call up to the senior team for the Test series against Zimbabwe coincided with his maiden 10 for first class cricket, which also helped Sylhet, the area from which he's from in Bangladesh, that's the city, to a rare win in National Cricket League. So he's done a lot of bowling in his time thus far, Saeed Khalid Ahmed. The 29-year-old, as this one too short and pulled powerfully by Josh De Silva, and what a stop by the fielder, diving away to his left.
Yeah, it looks like Naeem on the boundary there. Good effort, a good support given by the bowler. What looked like it had 4 written all over. And look at the spirit dive there. Really big effort put in there to save 2 runs. So good effort there by the fielder, good support. But good shot, nevertheless, by Captain Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, he gets 2 runs with that. This time he's just driving past backward point, and he will get 1. So keeping the scoreboard ticking there, Greg.
Yes, it's important, and more so De Silva being the right hander and Chanapal being the left hander. It means that the line of attack would have to change for the bowler. So that is why it's important that they continue rotating the strike, because you do not want to be at one end where the bowler can really set you up, because he has ample time to bowl 3 and 4 deliveries at you.
He's going to just stay over the wicket here, and he's going to be bowling, getting that ball across the left-hander. Chanapal equal to the task, playing it down to mid-on. And if he's getting the ball to move in to the right-handers, Greg, he's going to get the ball to tail away from the left-hander, and with that angle as well, it's going to go further away. So he needs to start it on about that middle and off stump.
Yes, very much so.
Excellent line there from Ahmed. 18 overs completed. West Indies A, they still trail by 257 runs. It's 43 for 2.
Yes, Ahmed continuing to bowl some tight line and length. He's completed his 5th over, only considering some 15 runs. So basically 3 and over. That would be his economy rate.
And as we speak, Greg, it's getting a bit dark.
Yes, it's getting a bit dark, and I'm hearing the announce on the PA system stating that there are additional 22 overs left in the day's play, which I very much doubt we're going to get that many overs. But with the spinner in operation, and look, they are signaling for the covers or another interruption.
Yes, so the covers are being called on here by umpire Dayton Butler and umpire Carl Tuckett. It doesn't look a good sight to the far east over the Beausejour Hills. And the groundsmen, they are coming on quickly. And the umpires have just removed the stump. So this is not a good sight again here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Another delay in play due to rain. The rain is not here just yet, but they've been sensing that rain coming as they can see the dark clouds building up. And it looks quite threatening as it's quite dark here as well. So Greg, 43 for 2, starting things back on 30 for 2, just adding a couple of runs and another delay.
Yes, it must be very frustrating for the batsmen. Well, for players on the whole, because as a bowler, when you're just starting to get into your groove, starting to perhaps, like you say, sometimes set the batsman up, and then you have those sort of rain breaks. So it does not help any of the player, but more so it is more disconcerting to the batsman, because every time you go off and you come back, you have to refocus all over again. So it's more challenging for the batsman than the bowler.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to wait and see if we does get play here this afternoon again, because it's just about 4:53 p.m. Play was scheduled to be completed at 5:30. If weather had permitted and light as well, would have went along to 6 to see if they can have gotten that 22 overs. But at the moment, Bangladesh A declared earlier today on 300 for 9 after 126.4 overs, 146 to Saif Hassan. What a knock it was. 3 for 72 to Philip, 3 for 48 to Archibald, and 253 to Karaya. At the moment, the West Indies A, in response to that, they have 43 for 2, the wickets to fall, Jeremy Solazano for 10, and Casey Kati for a duck. Both wickets going to Mrityunjoy Chowdhury, 2 for 19 and 8. Chandapal, he's there on 21 not out of 57. Josh Silva on 12 of 22. After more thoughts from Greg Wilson, we'll take a break, and as soon as we have good news for you, we'll be back with more.
Yes, the Bangladesh team would be perhaps very disappointed with the rain delays that we are having, considering that they had a good start to the inning, picking up some 2 wickets, 2 cheap wickets, one would say. Solazano for 10 and Casey Kati for naught. And Chowdhury, Mrityunjoy Chowdhury certainly enjoyed a good spell of bowling. Naeem Hassan really again played the supported role at the other end, really did not give anything away. So the Bangladesh team would be happy with their performance for the day, having gotten to 300 runs and able to pick up 2 early wickets. So based on what we're seeing this afternoon, one would hope that there may be a possibility that we may resume play, but with what we're seeing there and the sort of break we had earlier on, which took just about 50 minutes, if the same were to happen, we could safely say there may not be any more play for the remainder of the day. But if the weather improves and condition could be made favorable, then there may just be a resumption of play. But from what we're seeing there, it looks like it's going to be highly unlikely.
Well, welcome back to the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, and not so good news. Play has been called here on day 3 of the second unofficial test match between Bangladesh A and West Indies A. Of course, as a result of that rain delay, that final rain delay that we had just about 4:53 p.m. So alongside me is Greg Wilson. Greg, not so good news to close off the day's play.
Yes, not so good news at all. Really disappointing end to what was shaping up to be a very intriguing last session.
Yes, certainly, and the Bangladesh A team coming into today, 157 for 5 and amassing 300 for 9 declared on the back of a brilliant knock by Saif Hassan, 146 off 347, 33 by Jaka Ali Anik. Shadman Islam had 25, Philip with 3, Archibald with 3, and Yannick Correa finish off things with 2. Your thoughts on the Bangladesh innings?
Yeah, it was a brilliant batting display, especially from Saif Hassan, and he was ably supported by the other batters. Persons really batted around him, so he did show good application out in the middle. Just offered just one chance of Yannick Correa, but afterwards really settled down and played every ball on its merit. And towards the end, we saw he really controlled the innings with the low order. So certainly a good exhibition of batsmanship there by Saif Hassan.
Yeah, Correa bowled well. Anderson Phillip, he came back well this morning, and he, did really well to limit the Bangladeshi batsmen apart from Saif Hassan. In response, West Indies A 43 for 2. Mrityunjoy Chowdhury getting 2 wickets for 19 runs, dismissing Jeremy Soldazano for 10 and also Casey Carty for a duck. At the moment, Chandapal on 21, Joshua De Silva on 12, not out, both the batsmen at the crease. What do you think is going to happen as we approach tomorrow morning, the final day?
Yeah, well, Mrityunjoy Chowdhury really bowled impressive spell. Really had the batsman at sea on numerous occasions, really bowling in tight areas, a few good wicket taken deliveries, and certainly he was rewarded for his consistency in the bowling. But a lot would depend on Tejran Chandapal and De Silva tomorrow. These two really need to knuckle down and play long innings, play the sort of innings that we saw from Saif Hassan. And if these two could really put up their hands and score runs, then it would make for an interesting display.
Yeah, well, West Indies, they trail by 257, and Greg is saying that tomorrow is going to be an interesting final day here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. That's how we close it off on day 3. On behalf of the entire team here, the Cricket 360 team, that is, we say have a good evening and join us tomorrow for more.